Thank you. I totally forgot to hit start.
And we're live. Thank you. That's why we're a team.
That's right. Thank you.
It is 5:30. This is Mayor Bob. Welcome everyone to the December 17th regular meeting of the Mccall City Council. I'm sitting in Legion Hall along with City Manager Annette Spickard, and Bessie Joe and the rest of our team, as well as the rest of the council, are joining via Teams. So we will officially open our session tonight, and I will ask City Clerk Bessie Jo Wagner to do formal roll call, please.
Councilmember Callan. I can see that she signed on, but she's muted.
Tammy, if you can hear us, would you unmute? We're just starting in the meeting with our roll call.
There, I got it. I'm here.
Thanks,
Thank
Tammy.
you. Mayor Giles.
Here?
Councilmember Machezik.
Here.
Councilmember Nielsen.
Yes.
Councilmember Holmes is absent.
All right, thank you for that. So we have a quorum and we have 4 council members present. So we should be able to proceed on all items and all decisions on the agenda tonight. Thank you, council, for being able to attend tonight. We've got a pretty full agenda. We have some breaks planned about every hour, hour and a half, and things should move along just fine. If everyone would please stand, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Council, I would look for a motion to approve the published agenda for tonight's meeting.
It's Mike, motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Mike. Is there a second?
Second, Colby.
Thanks, Colby. Motion has been made and seconded to approve the city council agenda as provided in our packet. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hey.
Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Say nay. Hearing none, that motion carries. The agenda is approved. Next item is the consent agenda, which requires roll call vote to approve. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move we approve the consent agenda, Colby.
Thanks, Colby.
Mike,
I'll-
second.
Thank you, Mike. Motion has been made and seconded to approve the published consent agenda. May I have a roll call vote, please? Roll vote to approve. May I have a motion?
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
Councilmember Machesik,
Yes.
Councilmember Callan,
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Giles.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Bessie Jo. The motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. And we are now into the general public comment period. During these months, working around the COVID-19 challenges that we've had, comments are only accepted for the general public comment period in writing prior to the meeting. And they were due at 3 p.m. today, December 17th. No verbal comments will be received during this portion of the meeting for general public comment. Bessie Jo, would you read to us any written comments that have been received?
We received no written comments.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our joint session with the Public Art Advisory Committee. Our first agenda bill is 20-344. Our cultural consultant, Bill Flood, will provide an update on the progress of the Mccall Public Art Plan. And this is a presentation with time for questions for our consultant. It is not an action item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Delta James, Economic Development Planner. I manage the city's public art program, and I'm pleased to have been working with cultural consultant Bill Flood over the last several months to develop, at the request of the Public Art Advisory Committee, a plan for the future of Mccall's public art collection and program. There may be a few of the Public Art Advisory Committee members on the call with us this evening. They wanted to join so that they could hear the dialogue about this agenda item, as well as the next two items, which include a Public Art Advisory Committee appointment, and then a presentation by the Laidlaw team about the public art project for the downtown core, and a request to approve one of their designs for that project. So I'm not sure who has joined us because I can't see, but maybe Bessie Jo can help us understand which Public Art Advisory Committee members may have joined us. Again, they're here to listen, but they're available to answer any questions you or the council might have about their recommendations this evening. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bill Flood, and he'll give a brief presentation about kind of the work to date on our public art plan and where we're going from here.
Thank you, Delta.
I understand that Bill's having some technical difficulties. I have Latco working with him to try to get him on. We do have Cynthia Dittmer as part of the committee is present.
Mayor, if you would like, we can move to that agenda item while IT is working with our presenter.
That's a very good idea. Excellent idea. Let's move to the appointment of Ms. Dittmer, and if you could help us through that agenda bill.
I'd be happy to. So we have one vacancy on the Public Art Advisory Committee. There are 7 members total. One vacancy is a result of one of our members has served 2 consecutive terms, which means she's been on the committee for 6 years. And according to the committee bylaws, she needs to take a little break before she can serve further on the committee. So we're really thankful to Claire Remsburg and for all her help on the committee. We're sorry to see her go, but we're also thrilled that Cynthia Dittmer, who was a founding committee member back in 2012 and served a few years on the committee before taking a break for the last several years. She would like to come back on the committee. We have a long history of partnership with her high school art program to do public art in the community, and we're thrilled that she wants to serve again. So I do believe Cynthia is on the call. If you want to say anything, Cynthia, about your proposed service to the committee, now would be the time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can see it.
We can.
You
You're
can,
coming through.
okay,
Yes. This is Mayor
Great.
Bob.
So I think
Welcome.
I'm now.
all right. Thank you, and it's an honor to have the opportunity to be selected to serve as a committee member again. Public art is something that I have a passion for. I am both an artist and, as Delta said, the local high school art teacher. I care very much about the quality of art that we present to the community and would look forward to creating new opportunities both for artists locally and regionally, perhaps, to create work for our beautiful community, as well as to create further opportunities for students. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Dittmer. We appreciate it. Council, do you have any questions for Cynthia Dittmer or for Delta, or any questions as a group before we move to appoint Cynthia Dittmer to the Mccall Public Art Advisory?
It's Mike. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Tammy?
Sorry, I don't have any questions.
Colby?
None for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Colby. I am good to go on this agenda item. Would someone from council please make a motion to appoint Cynthia Dittmer to the Mccall Public Art Advisory Committee?
I would like to make a motion to appoint Cynthia Dittmer to the Mccall Public Art Advisory Committee.
For a 3-year term expiring December 2023. Is there a second?
Second, Colby.
Thank you, Colby. A motion has been made and seconded to appoint Cynthia Dittmer to the Mccall Public Art Advisory Committee for a 3-year term expiring December 2023. May I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Callan,
Yes.
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
Mayor Giles,
Yes.
Councilmember Machezik,
Yes.
Thank you, council. The motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Dittmer. We look forward to working with you again. And thank you for offering to serve. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Delta, with that concluded, I believe that Mr. Flood, I see Bill's picture on the screen. I think. Welcome, Bill. So
Welcome.
I'll let you introduce that topic again, Delta, and then we'll turn it over to Bill.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Council, I'd like to introduce cultural consultant Bill Flood, who has been working with the Public Art Advisory Committee staff and the public to begin crafting a future for our public art program and collection and a plan for that future. So Bill's going to give you an update this evening on that planning work to date. Take it away, Bill.
Great, thanks. Thank you all. And can you hear me, Delta? Am I coming in okay? Yes.
Yes, Bill.
Bill.
Okay.
We are able
We've
to
been
hear you.
Okay. First of all, a huge thanks to Mary Jo and Vlatko for the technical side of getting me here. I'm going to share my desktop with you and just use the slides that I sent you. I'm going to add a few notes to those slides. I'm not going to read everything word for word, but yeah, I'm just going to use them. Okay. I think. Oops, wrong one. There we are. Okay. Again, thanks. In this public art planning process, we've tried super hard to listen to people about what they value, what they want, what they envision. And huge thanks to Jamie and Erica Laidlaw, who I think you're going to be hearing from. I talked to them early on in their public art process, and we coordinated. Amy Westover, who's also worked with me on this, and you'll also be hearing from Amy next month about the urban renewal public art plan and project. Also, the folks at the library were super helpful and helped to organize a public art and democracy talk that I think really helped inform the Laidlaws as well as kicked off Amy and my projects. Delta, the Public Art Advisory Committee, have been working super hard. Cynthia at the high school helped us kick this off with giving us access to 2 of her high school art classes. Lindsay at the Chamber, Rotary, and other folks we've interviewed and talked with via Zoom. So thank you. So, like I said, just a quick status report. This will be a plan roadmap for the City of McCall's Public Art Program, Collection, and Public Art Advisory Committee. We were, or are, super excited when, through all of our public outreach and other folks we've interviewed and talked with. Something, is my voice coming in okay, or something?
You're
wacky
fine
going
though.
on?
You're fine
Yep.
though. We just had someone else speak. Go on ahead.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Anyway, when our public, through our research and public outreach, we realized that what we were hearing matched perfectly with the 218 Mccall area comprehensive plan. So in some respects, I think this public art plan can be really considered an element of that larger plan. These are the elements, the primary elements of our research and outreach. Again, I'm not going to go down the list. I'll mention just a couple of things. It was really fabulous kicking off this project by speaking with Cynthia's 2 high school art classes, who were super smart and super engaged and gave us great ideas from the beginning. Also, along the process, Delta and your map folks helped us create a GIS map where we got 140 responses for where people would like to see public art in Mccall. And again, coordinating with the Laidlaws and the Urban Renewal Public Art Plan was super important as well. So our research, and this little thing is bothering me here. So our research and outreach process really focused on 4 primary questions. So what you see here on the next 3 slides are the themes, the findings from that process. So first, we were looking for a vision for the collection. And these were the themes that popped up: linking public art with broader community vision, high value on inclusion, engagement, connection was mentioned over and over and over, and accessibility. Include many kinds of artwork, not just one kind or a couple of kinds. And representing local history came out through all of our different outreach methods. Now, why is my, oops. So this was our values question. What do you treasure about Mccall that should be represented in public art? Connection with natural environment. The people here came out loud and clear. Where would you like to see public art in Mccall? This came primarily from our GIS mapping survey. Most traveled corridors, schools, downtown core, and parks. So this is, again, this is a draft. We're in a draft phase here, and everything you see is a draft. And this is our draft vision statement. The Mccall Public Art Collection is integral to the community's understanding of local history, the natural environment, and evolving sense of place. It presents a breadth of artistry that engages and responds to all of Mccall's stories, thereby informing the city's future. Here are our draft goals, and I'm not going to read these since I sent them to you. But again, connection, a range of artworks, memorable gathering places is another really important piece, and generating community economic development. The Public Art Advisory Committee met last month for a workshop and review of the plan. And these are our priority sites at this point. And again, I'm not going to go through them, but I'll mention just some kind of exciting sites with potential project ideas that are emerging. Both youth and others are pretty excited about the idea of an open air mural gallery that would add energy and color to downtown. And so especially local artists and youth would have an opportunity to paint on the mural or work on the mural. Also, a new library would pose a fabulous opportunity for integrated artwork. As well, the historical museum, especially the green space in front of it, to me, that is a gateway when I drive into town that way. It's kind of a calm, beautiful spot, and I think I've arrived here. Obviously, there are other sites within Legacy Park and Brown Park that you'll be hearing more about next month, actually, with Amy Westover. Here are other elements that are within the plan. So that said, we would love to hear from you. The mayor and each of the council people, of what's your vision for the public art, for the Mccall Public Art Program and Collection? What do you envision? If you could accomplish one thing with this plan or from this plan, what would that be? Could you share with us your thoughts? If everybody shared at least one thing, would be awesome.
Thank you, Bill. I'll poll the council right now. Mike, would you lead us off?
Oh, thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, I think the direction that we're going with public art is fantastic, and I don't have any additional things to add outside of what we're already working on. But the projects within urban renewal and the downtown core, all great. I'd pass on to the next person.
Annie?
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bill. Looking through the presentation and the packet that I got, I really like the Blackfoot Pathways samples that were provided. And I really like the interaction of art and the idea of having a downtown core art alley or something that brings the kids and the just the local artists in sounds like a great idea. And I think you guys are moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Cammie.
Beautiful. Thanks.
Colby?
Yeah, I think we're going in a good direction. You know, I like the efforts of public outreach and input for our art projects. I think that's extremely important, and I think that you guys, everyone involved, has been doing a good job with that part of it. And yeah, I mean, art's good. I think it should be practical, functional, and have the reason to be there. So you guys are doing great.
Thanks.
Bill, this is Mayor Bob. I think our council is really very supportive of the process that we've been using the last couple of years under Delta's leadership and some others and our city staff here. We've had some our comfort level is really quite high right now with the process. And this this overview and kind of master plan, I would call it, that you provided us is a big step forward. We're really excited about and feel real comfortable with where we're headed, and are very supportive in trying to make sure that public art is funded and that we have, every year or so that we have something new coming online.
Beautiful. I've just got a couple of more, slides, and then open it up for any additional questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Great. And now I think yep, there we go. Yeah, so our next steps are, actually, we're going to have a couple of more work sessions with the Public Art Advisory Committee, and then we'll have a public review period, and then we'll come back to you most likely in February, depending how that all goes. And thank you for the comment about Blackfoot Pathways. Actually, it was one of our Public Art Advisory Committee members that mentioned this to me, and I did a little research on it and thought, yeah, thank you, that it's kind of it's time to dream a little bit. And I think this is a really strong project in Montana. I got an email message from the manager of this sculpture park today. I asked him a couple of questions and he just answered both of them straight ahead. And I said, how many people attend or visit the park each year? And he said this year, in the pandemic, from January to the end of November, so January through November, 51,000 people visited the park. 51,000. And he said those are the people that come in the front door where they have their front gate where they have their camera, and they have a back gate for the locals that they won't even count, right? So at least 51,000. And this is outside of a community of 1,000. So not only is this a beautiful, engaging, artful place, but it's definitely an economic boost to the area. So thank you for the comment on this. I think that's it. Sorry, I was a little rattled at first because I was only coming on at the last second, but Vlatko to the rescue. I got in.
Well, you did great, and your handouts in the packet are wonderful.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was really helpful. Before I ask council for any last questions or comments they'd like to share with Bill, and Delta. Delta, I was going to ask you, is there anyone on, in addition to Ms. Dittmer, from the Art Advisory Committee that would like to speak about this topic?
Mayor and Council, I do believe we have a few other Public Art Advisory Committee members on the call, but really for this topic, they are listening in. They will get to see the latest draft of the plan at their next meeting and thoroughly review it before it comes back to Council again early next year. So if you have any questions of them, they're standing by, but at this point, I don't know that they have anything specific to address.
Thank you, Delta. Well, I'm pretty excited about progress we're making on this, and as I said earlier, you have a very good process, Delta, you and your team, and I think Bill is doing a really good job on this. Let's hear from the rest of the council. Mike, you comfortable with where we're headed?
I'm very comfortable with where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Tammy?
I'm very happy with the way we're going and the direction.
Thanks, Tammy, and thanks for your passing on your observations about the Blackfoot pathways. Colby, your thoughts?
Yep, seem to be in a good direction, and everyone continues to do good work, so thank you.
Well, Delta and Bill, thanks, and please pass along our thanks to our advisory committee and all your other partners. I think we're on a good path.
We will do that. We will certainly do that, Mayor, and I want to just congratulate Bill for persevering through this process. We hired him before the pandemic happened, just right at the time that the pandemic started to change our lives, and it has been a learning experience, and yet he has persevered to really work hard to reach out to our community, including one-on-one calls and personal phone calls to get the community input that we needed to inform this plan. And so thank you, Bill, for going that extra effort during these strange and unusual times.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you, Bill. On behalf of the council, we really appreciate your help. All right, our next item, I think, Delta, is our confluence. It's a specific design for public artwork on 2nd Street by Erica and Jamie Laidlaw. Would you lead us through this?
I'd be happy to, Mayor. Mayor and Council, Jamie and Erica Laidlaw were hired several months ago, commissioned several months ago to create artwork for the downtown core. And since then, they too have been persevering through the COVID-19 pandemic to engage the community in helping to select and inform a public art design for 2nd Street. Tonight, they'll be able to outline that public outreach, describe 3 proposed ideas that they proposed to the community and to the Public Art Advisory Committee, and then provide details about our confluence, which is a piece that is being recommended to council for selection. So I hope they've made it onto the call. Bessie Jo, I don't know if you can tell.
This is Erin. I see a Laidlaw, but I don't see a video.
Erica or Jamie, are you there? Unfortunately, there have been some technical challenges with tonight's meeting. So I'm not sure what to do about that. I mean, I can try to walk you through it if they join us. It's just not the same hearing it from me than hearing it from them. But you have everything in your packet, including a summary of the community outreach efforts that were done, which were exhaustive, including doing democracy presentations, working with the critical reading class, the high school, with the elementary school, doing online surveying, doing physical kiosks and boards downtown, and things like that. The Laidlaws really spent the last several months doing amazing work to gain community input. They then created 3 design proposals, which are in your packet. One in particular is being recommended for selection, and it's called Our Confluence. It is a large bench structure that would sit at the corner of 2nd Street and Lenora, and it represents utilizing steel and concrete, the confluence of the local watershed, the main salmon confluence. It's a beautiful work. I wish they were here to help explain their artistic vision and the construction methodology that will really make it an iconic piece to our downtown core. That piece is being unanimously recommended to you for selection by the Public Art Advisory Committee, as well as a project selection committee that we use, which was a 5-member volunteer group that also selected this piece, Our Confluence, for commissioning. I did not do it justice. Erica and Jamie Laidlaw would have done a much better job than that, but unfortunately, I don't know what to do about being able to connect them.
So Delta, this is Bob.
Yes.
Delta, this is Bob.
Yes.
See, we're just looking at our screen to make sure that we, no, they haven't showed up, our artists. But I was going to tell you that you did a really good job of hitting the highlights in our packet. And I don't have a page number, but there are 2 pages showing the bench called Our Confluence. Some wonderful narrative in our packet, and you hit the highlights of those. So maybe since our council always does a good job of studying, they may have some questions after hearing your presentation. Let's go to that. And if Jamie and Erica join us, we'll certainly back up and give them 5 minutes to give us some more overview.
And Mayor, on the call, we do have Carla Eitel, who is the chair of our Public Art Advisory Committee, and she served on this through the selection process for this particular piece. So I don't know if you want to call on Carla to give any additional information, she's available.
That's a great idea. Carla, welcome. I see your smiling face. Any other comments you'd like to make to council before I poll the council? They may have questions.
Yeah, well, thank you for allowing the space for comment. And I would just echo what Delta has presented. I think the artists did a fantastic job of really they're local, which helped them understand the community, but then they did a fantastic job of outreach. They really, I think, designed something. They gave us 3 beautiful options, any of which would be great, that are functional, sort of back to Councilmember Nielsen's point of, having a purpose, right? So these beautiful but functional pieces that are thought-provoking and really appropriate. So I guess I just want to say we were really pleased with their work across the board. That particular piece that we're recommending was unanimously appreciated, but I think we actually just appreciated the whole body of their conceptual work and the way that they listened and went through this process.
Thank you, Carla. Well, with that introduction, council, do you have some questions or some comments you'd like to pass along to either Delta or to Carla? Before I do that, Annette told me that it looks like Erica has joined us. Erica, this is Mayor Bob. Can you hear me?
Aaron's trying to help her.
I think we'll go ahead. All right, questions for Delta or Carla from council? Mike?
It's Mike. I do not have any questions.
You feel comfortable, Mike, with the confluence as discussed tonight and as described in our packet?
I do. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Tammy?
No, I would agree. The confluence definitely gets my eye and it has a purpose. The artists did a great job on all three benches that were presented, and I think if any of them are chosen, they're very useful and would go well in our downtown.
Thank you, Tammy. Colby?
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed that we are not able to hear from Eric.
The artists did a great job.
There we go. There we go.
And I think if any of them are chosen, they're very useful and would go well in our downtown.
Thank you, Tammy.
So Erica, you guys are watching the delayed feed, so go ahead and turn off that other feed and then just talk to us, and I think we've got you.
Hear from Eric.
The artists did a great job.
There we go. There we go.
And I think if any of them are chosen,
Stand by, everybody.
would go well in our downtown.
Turn down your volume. Yeah. Now try talking to me. Go ahead and turn off that other feed and then just talk to us, and I think we've got you.
Is it the live feed or what?
Okay, so what's happening, Erica, is you guys are on a delay because you're watching it somewhere else. So I'm going to just say, go for it. No one's going to talk, and you just go ahead and present when you're ready. Now try talking to me.
Okay, can you hear us? Yes. Is it the live feed or what? Oh my God.
Okay, so what's happening, Erica, is you guys are on a delay because you're watching it somewhere else. So I'm going to just say, go for it. Oh, no. We lost them. We can get them back. Bob, you're muted. Hold on, please. Bob, can you try unmuting yourself, please? There we go, Bob. Got you now. Thank you.
Okay, I was just going to suggest that when Erica is able to, the two lead laws are able to join us, that we be sure and give them time to present their thoughts. We're very interested, and let them know that if they can hear me, that we are very receptive to the top choice out of the three, and we have been briefed pretty well on the top choice, and we will be ready to take action. Tonight's recommended action is to approve our confluence, I'll call it. But as Colby said, we would certainly like to hear, and all of the council would like to hear from Jamie and Erica when they're able to talk to us tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Delta, and let you and Aaron run this next 10 minutes or so, and let me know when you would like me to call for a motion to approve the confluence as the final design.
Mayor, thank you. And council, Carla, I want to turn it back to you, and I think maybe you were interrupted. If there was anything you wanted to add about our confluence or the selection process?
Nope, I think I said everything I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, that was really it for us. Oh, it looks like Erica and Jamie are coming back on. Back to you, and I think maybe you were interrupted. If there was any.
I'm not sure why that their feed is delayed. They show as live.
If you can hear us.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so there's just something really crazy where we have like multiple delays going on, and so we're getting a ton of feedback, and so it's pretty bizarre. So we apologize, and thank you so much for your patience. And
Why did their feed they show as live?
so there's still some weird technicalities, but I'm just going to proceed, and hopefully this works. Anyway, we are really so thankful to have the opportunity to present in front of you guys, and to be able to potentially bring our work to Mccall is thoroughly exciting. And I appreciate again your patience to persevere with us and let us have a moment to speak. So Bill did an incredible job summarizing his outreach. We kind of coincided during the same time and did public outreach ourselves. And for the most part, we came to very similar findings. So initially, I guess we would say that we sought several different avenues to pursue public outreach in Mccall. We found obviously the pandemic was a serious challenge, so we went to a lot of online methods. We developed a website for people to learn about the project itself and to participate in learning about us and existing public art, but also to take a comprehensive survey as to the type of public art they would want downtown. We also engaged with a high school critical reading class and a 4th grade class, and the entire 4th grade class, thank you. And then also doing democracy, and all of them were very informative, and it was wonderful to engage in the public in that capacity. For the most part, we found very similar interests among the people from young ages to adults, saying that they just essentially wanted something that was very pertinent and meaningful to this iconic town, whether it be culturally or reflected in our environment. For the most part, they just wanted it to feel as if it resonated with our identity. And so essentially the bigger themes that came out of it from the survey and from our discussions were that people were essentially really looking for something that was beautiful, but also really emulated or spoke to our natural environment. They also really wanted to focus on something that was practical and functional. And so with that, we kind of distilled our thoughts into 3 design proposals that Jamie will kind of quickly run through for you.
Yeah, so yeah, as Erica said, a lot of themes that came through were really celebrating our natural surrounding, and in particular waterways. And I think there was a lot of connection with our bodies of water, whether it be the lakes or the rivers around us. And so we decided to take that idea and run with it. And the other theme was seating, and people wanted to really be able to accommodate larger gatherings. And so we came up with 3 proposals that kind of met those criteria. Our first One is called our Confluence, and it's a large-scale concrete and steel bench that's really a topographic representation of the confluence of the South Fork of the Salmon and the main Salmon. And obviously, we'll discuss this one in greater detail further. The next one was called A Matter of Scale, and what these were modular concrete stools that are pretty sculptural in nature when they are by themselves, but they're designed to nest together and so when they're nested together en masse, they create the texture of the cycloid stick scales of the salmon, which obviously has a lot of cultural relevance to our area. And then our final proposal was to create 2 benches, and this was called Balanced Alpine. And this was, these benches consist of a suspended seating structure that had these mountains that kind of protrude through them. And they mimic, you know, an iconic mountain. Like in the packet, you can see our proposal was for Jug Handle reflected in Louis Lake, but it's basically the mountain reflected in one of our lakes, and it kind of speaks to the vulnerable, precarious nature of the surroundings that we enjoy so much. But you know, through all of we went and did a second public outreach to see what the public feedback was, and by and large, the feedback for all of the proposals was very good, but one was definitely a clear favorite. So.
Yeah, so essentially we sought similar means of connecting with the public through our website, social media, also our kiosk downtown, and we spoke with the chamber and had an opportunity to speak with a lot of businesses, and then also engage the high schoolers again and whatnot. And for the most part, while we received great feedback on all of them, for the most part, people were most drawn to our Confluence. And so I will, in more detail, as it's the one that we're trying to put forth, I'll describe the general theory and intention behind it a bit more. I suppose we focused on our Confluence, the junction between the main Salmon and the South Fork, because it's a really 2 iconic rivers coming together in our natural surroundings, and I think it's been a very rich in our human history, and it's also rich with our biodiversity. The way that we designed the bench was supposed to emulate abstractly that confluence, but also is supposed to mimic kind of the nature of a rib cage and the corporeal nature of our body, and kind of draw allusions to both our natural environment and our physicality as well, and also having it be on such a large scale that it was very engaging. And you think about not only the scale of a river bed, but also the scale of something so far beyond our own physical form. So essentially, we're designing it within 2 materials. It's cast concrete and also steel ribbing, and so very simply constructed. And I think Jamie will go into that in a bit more detail.
Yeah, so basically there's you know, the topography of the mountains surrounding the river are cut steel, vertical steel members, and then they kind of capture the riverbed, which is consisting of concrete, and it cantilevers out. And so both are very obviously appropriate materials for our outdoor climate. And we use a unique type of concrete. It's called UHPC, or ultra high performance concrete. So it sounds really good, but basically what that is it's an exceptionally dense concrete, and it is reinforced with fibers. And so we are able to create much stronger and thinner structures that have a lot greater durability. So, which is great. So the piece can be a bit lighter, but it also allows us to kind of play with the weight of the piece visually. So we wouldn't have to have such a heavy, concrete member. And yeah, I think we met with Kurt Wolf and his team to make sure that they don't have any concerns with the design, and kind of met with them about the logistics of moving snow and all that, and they signed off on it, and we're going to continue working with them to make sure that as we get closer to having this thing completed, that they are still comfortable with it. But yeah, we're extremely excited. We're excited about all of the proposals, but this one it definitely has some of its own unique challenges in construction because of its scale. It's 16 feet long, but we're really excited and think it is going to be a lot of fun to construct. And I think the scale of it is going to be one of the unique things too, because people will have a chance to really move around it, interact with it. And I think that's going to be part of the power of this piece over some of the others. Definitely has some of its own unique challenges in construction because of its scale. It's 16 feet long, but we're really excited and think it is going to be. We would take questions, but we still have this huge delay going on. So when we turn up our move around it, interact with it.
Our volume.
When we turn up our volume,
so
there's like a 90-second delay, so we can hear ourselves still presenting. So unfortunately, I think questions will be difficult. Sorry. It's 16 feet long, but we're really excited and think it is going to be. We would take questions, but we still.
Delta, you okay if I make a few comments? And
Mayor,
can you hear me?
yes. Mayor, yes, I can hear you. This is Delta.
So, thank you, Delta and Carla. Erica and Jamie, can you hear me? This is Mayor Bob. Great presentation. It's really neat to hear about all three. I was thinking, gosh, I hope we get more money in our budget and more locations so that maybe we can implement your second and third choices somewhere else. But that was great to hear from both of you, and we're really excited about it. It's just wonderful to get to this stage. And thank you very much for joining us tonight. Even with the technical difficulties, we could hear you really well. And the pictures in our packet are great. Delta was able to put some stuff on the screen while you were talking, so thank you. That really helped a lot, just to hear in your own voice from both of you as artists. We were polling the council, and we typically, after a presentation, try to get a feel before we take a vote or make a motion to approve a project. And we had, I had talked to Mike Machezek, Councilmember Machezek. He is very excited about this project and this specific proposal. Tammy is also on board. And just before you spoke, we were just talking to Colby, and he says, gosh, I really want to hear from the artist. So we did get to hear from you. Colby, I'm going to ask you your thoughts.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm glad that we got to hear from these guys. That really helps explain these concepts better. It looks like we got 3 more corners, and there's other cool confluences out there in the world. So maybe we'll add to our collection down the road. So I really like this concept. It's cool.
Thanks, Colby. Well, I think you've heard from all of us. Delta, unless you have another idea, I think it's time for me to call for a motion. You okay with that, Delta? All right,
Absolutely.
Thumbs up. I would like someone from council to make a motion to approve our confluence and to read the recommended action in the in Agenda Bill 20-342, the formal wording there, and then I would like someone to second that.
I move we approve
Bob,
our Confluence as final design for public artwork on 2nd Street by Eric and Jamie Laidlaw, as recommended by the Mccall Public Art Advisory Committee.
second, Mike.
Okay, Colby, thank you for making the motion. Mike, thanks for the second. Before we take a vote, is there any further discussion? I'll just open that up for 30 seconds. Is there anything anyone else would like to say on council? All right, hearing none, I think we're ready for the roll call vote. Bessie Jo, would you help me with that?
Yes. Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes?
Councilmember Machezik,
Yes.
Councilmember Callan,
Yes.
Mayor Giles.
Yes. Thank you, Erica, Jamie, Delta, Carla. Please express our thanks to all your partners, and we look forward to seeing this get implemented. Really appreciate it. Delta, I think that's the last of your parts. We're gonna move ahead to the airport fee schedule, and I think, let me look at my script. We may be due for a short break. Let me see. Yes, we will take a 5-minute break, and then Rick, I'll put you on and we'll head into the public hearing for the airport fee schedule. We are on break right now. The official time is 6:30. Yep, 6:30. So at 6:35, we will resume with Agenda Bill 20-23.
Bessie Jo, we can't turn this off, so if you have a screen to share, that would be wonderful.
This is Bob. Welcome back, everybody. Aaron, I think you said we're operational from your end. We're ready to go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Everything looks good.
Thank you. I appreciate your help, and thanks for helping us get through that last segment. It was really great to hear from Erica and Jamie. Appreciate you helping facilitate that. Rick, you're on. The topic is a request to approve Resolution 20-23 to adopt airport fee schedule. This is a public hearing. We started this topic at a previous meeting, and we had asked you to talk to the Airport Advisory Committee. So we're looking forward to hearing your update to us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Okay, I took this information to the Airport Advisory Committee on December 4th, and discussed all the various items as I discussed with City Council before. The item that they had requested to be removed was a $50 fee for the lease termination. They had the committee had said that it duplicated the new lease charge, which is also one of the changes. Remember, that was the only change. What the Airport Advisory Committee had finally recommended was to recommend to City Council to approve the airport rates and charges with the modification of removing the lease cancellation fee. And the vote was 4-1 to recommend. I know that's a kind of a short summary, but if there are any questions.
So before we go to specific technical questions, just a procedural one. The vote was 4-1. What was the concern of the dissenting vote?
He just did not, the member did not agree with raising the fees at all.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Questions from council, Mike?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Tammy?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Colby?
No questions for me, and thanks, Rick, for taking this to the Airport Advisory Council to get their opinion and concerns on this. I think it's really important that we do that because it's a group of people that know the airport well, and yeah, even though it's one minor change, there was one minor change. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And Rick, in addition to the minor change, I think if we get more, I would use the term ownership in the decision if the advisory committee has been briefed and feel that they have been heard. So thank you for facilitating that and presenting that to us tonight. I think we're ready to move towards a recommended action. So let me review my script here. This is a public hearing. So the first thing I need to do is to consider approval of the resolution. The purpose is to consider approval of the resolution 20-23 to adopt the airport fee schedule. And I, as the mayor, will continue the public hearing from our last meeting. So we are currently, the hearing is open. Rick has presented the fee schedule to us. Council has had an opportunity to ask questions, and our public advisory committee has weighed in, and we've been briefed on that. The next item is written correspondence since our last meeting. Have we received any written correspondence having to do with this specific resolution, the airport fee schedule?
No written comments.
Thank you, Bessie Jo. Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item, which is public comment. And this is limited to 3 minutes per person. Time cannot be deferred to another. It is not a question and answer period. The public is encouraged, though, to state its questions, comments, or concerns regarding this resolution. And then the staff would have an opportunity to address those concerns or rebut them. Is there anyone, there is no one in American Legion Hall in the basement with us tonight in the public. Is there anyone online tonight, either on the Teams environment or on the teleconference, that would like to speak to us?
There are none.
Thank you. So hearing none, there is no staff rebuttal needed. I don't think council has additional questions. If I'm wrong on that, please speak up, council. Hearing none, then I will close the public hearing and we will receive no more public testimony on this particular resolution tonight. This is the point in time during the hearing when, or excuse me, during this process that the council will deliberate, discuss the evidence that we obtained both at the last meeting and during tonight's meeting, during the public hearing, and from staff and the information in our packet. So the options we have before us are, we can approve the Resolution 20-23 with one change, and that is to remove the lease termination fee. Or we could approve Resolution 20-23 as originally proposed. So, and then it looks like on my briefing packet, if not removing the termination fee, we would make a motion to approve the resolution. Okay, that was original. So let me poll the council. Which of the two options, the amended resolution or the original one that we were briefed on, would you like to move ahead on making a motion? Mike, what's your opinion?
What was Rick's recommendation on that? I might have missed that.
Rick's recommendation, I believe, was to remove the new termination fee. Is that correct, Rick? To do that one amendment as a result of input from the Airport Advisory Committee?
Yes, I believe that would be the best course of action, to remove that one item.
I'm on board.
Tammy?
Yeah, I would go with removing the lease termination fee as well.
Colby?
Same here.
And this is Bob. I'm on board with that. Makes a lot of sense to, it makes sense, and that's what the advisory committee suggested. So let's make a motion, if someone would make a motion, and then second, to amend Resolution 20-23 to remove the new termination.
I move we amend Resolution 20-23 to remove the new termination fee.
I'll second that.
Motion has been made and seconded to amend Resolution 20-23 to remove the new termination fee. All right, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Nielsen?
Here.
Councilmember Callan?
Yes.
Mayor Giles?
Yes.
Councilmember Machesik?
Yeah.
Motion carries. I'm going to ask Bessie Joe and Bill Nichols if, so I believe the motion carries. We followed the correct process during the hearing and during the deliberation. Do you have any observations different, or are we good to go on this?
I believe you're good to go. I am having some trouble getting Bill on, so I'm working with him. But it looks good. You amended the resolution, and now you can approve the amended resolution.
All right. May I have a motion to approve the amended resolution?
I move we approve Resolution 20-23 as amended, adopting the Mccall Airport fee schedule and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents.
I'll second.
Thank you, Colby. Thank you, Cammie. Appreciate you getting the wording exact. We're right on. Let's do a roll call vote on that motion.
Was I?
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
Councilmember Callan,
Yes.
Mayor Giles,
Yes.
Councilmember Machezik,
Yes.
All right, that motion carries. The resolution is approved. Good work on that, Rick. Please let your airport advisory committee know that we listened to them and that we appreciated their input.
Will do.
All right. We are now into our next public hearing. Yeah, this is the code amendment one. I just wanted to make sure I was reading that right. Yep. Okay. Agenda Bill 20-332, request to approve Code Amendment 20-03 zoning code amendment to Title III and Title IX related to general development standards. This is also under the public hearing heading, and let's see, I see Michelle, you are online with us tonight. I see your face on the screen. Are you leading us through this along with Diane?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and introduce this item. I wanted just to check if Diane Cushlan was able to get on. She was having some technical difficulties earlier.
I have Vlatko working with her.
Okay, and I guess the other option is if she can't get it to work through her computer, she can always just call in, and I'm happy to run the PowerPoint because I've got it saved on my desktop. So I'll go ahead and introduce it while we're waiting for Diane to get on. So this item was actually continued from your last meeting. As you remember, it was getting quite late and we thought it was a pretty kind of dense subject to start at 10 o'clock at night. So this is our latest group of code amendments within Title III, which is the Planning and Zoning Code, and Title IX, which is the Subdivision and Development Code. And we had a series of workshops with the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Hi, this is Erin. Please leave a message. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording.
Okay, so we had a series of code amendments workshops with the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Council, and the County Commissioners. So some of these topic areas should be somewhat familiar to you. This is essentially the formal version of that in ordinance form, and it's also a public hearing. It did go through the Planning and Zoning Commission. It took a number of meetings. Like the City Council, their agendas have been quite full. So finally, we had a special meeting in November, and they unanimously recommended these code amendments for your approval. Last Monday, we brought this ordinance to the Valley County Board of Commissioners to introduce it. Also because, we knew it was quite dense and they might have some questions. It was just an introduction and we were able to answer their questions. And I think when Diane goes through the presentation tonight. She's going to highlight some of their questions and concerns. And so ultimately, we're here this evening to present these code amendments. Diane is going to present a PowerPoint presentation, which, Diane, do you want me to go ahead and share it, or would you like to do that?
Michelle, if you could send me her phone number, I can call her.
Okay. I'll do that right now.
And while you're doing that, let me cover the mayoral official opening of the public hearing, kind of the procedural stuff, if I may. So the purpose of this public hearing is to consider approval of CA-20-03 zoning code amendments to Title III and Title IX related to general development standards. This public hearing is hereby continued. We are open for public hearing on this matter. As Michelle said, and Diane will provide comments on the application and brief us on all the changes and the proposal. And then at a later time, the council will engage in questions with staff and our consultant.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're trying a new platform tonight, and we're learning every day.
I'm going to go ahead and just queue up the PowerPoint presentation.
Hello, it's Diane.
All right, Diane, you're on.
Okay, great.
Awesome. So Diane,
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I went ahead and I introduced the topic, just where we are in the process, and I have the PowerPoint presentation up. So
I can see the presentation. So can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Okay, super. Thank you so much, everyone. We're excited to be here. Okay, great. All right, there's a little bit of delay, I guess.
So Diane, I went ahead and I introduced the topic, just where we are in the process, and I have the PowerPoint presentation up. So
I can see the presentation. So can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you'll need to
down your
mute.
volume.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. We're excited to be here.
Yeah, Diane, you'll need to turn down your volume where that's playing in order for you to speak.
What's that?
If you turn down your volume of whatever's playing, we'll still be able to hear you speak.
Turn down the computer or my phone.
Whichever one is playing the delayed version.
Okay,
Yeah, your
got
computer.
it.
Turn down your computer.
Got it. So can everybody see the screen and hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. So Michelle, would you move on to the next? So as you know, we've been working on code amendments. If you go to the next slide. We've been working on these code amendments since 2019. Michelle, can you move to the next slide?
There's a 7-second delay, so you can just keep moving on and assume we're looking at it.
Okay, great, but I won't be able to see it. All right. So we've been working on these since January of 19, and this is the third phase of the code amendments. And we really drafted these last spring before COVID hit, and then put it on pause. And then we've had 3 workshops, as you know, with the council and the Valley County Commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Commission over the summertime, and went through these different sections of the code proposals. We also vetted, since we last had our last workshop, we vetted the draft again with city staff and other public agencies. And we had a hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission on November 3rd, in which they reviewed it and they recommended that you approve those changes. We had a hearing here with the council on the 3rd, which, because of the length of your meeting, we were not able to get to this item, and it was continued until this date. And in the intervening time, we went to the Valley County Commissioners on December 7th and had a public hearing and a long discussion with them, and went over the code completely. There was no public testimony. They raised a couple of concerns, which we'll highlight with you tonight. And they continued their consideration for final action until the 21st of December. So here we are on December 17th, and we hope we can work through this. I apologize that it's not as exciting as the art pieces that you looked at earlier, but we have tried to provide a good summary of this to get you through the 30 pages of code. So if we could go to the next slide then. So just to refresh why we are doing this, and primarily, most importantly, is to implement the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. We also wanted to codify provisions of the Mccall design guidelines, which are currently included by reference in the zoning code, but there are some very important provisions that we thought really should be stated as standards in the code. So those are things that have been reviewed. The Planning and Zoning Commission have used them to guide their decisions for the past, I think, 10, 15 years. But we felt that it was time to put those into the code. So there's quite a few of the changes that you'll see that are really design guidelines that are now being codified. And the third really important reason was to reflect current practices and policies. There's a number of, as time goes on, there's a number of interpretations and administrative decisions that are made that we thought those as well needed to be codified. And then finally, just to reorganize and simplify, to sort of unravel the patchwork quilt that the code represents a little bit, and to eliminate some inconsistencies. So you could go to the next slide.
Diane, remember there's a delay.
So I'm going to walk through these. There's a summary that we included in your packet, and this is a little even more briefer summary. The first section is Chapter 2. These are all in Title 8. All the changes are in Title 8, the Development Code, as well as there's some minor changes in Title 9. So Chapter 2 of Title 8 is the definitions, and we have added some new terms that are used in design review. We've also added some definitions and diagrams for side-loaded garages, structure size, and wall. And then we've amended some current definitions of building height and utilities. And on each of these slides, I've indicated what section you can find the exact wording in by the page number in the packet, as well as the page number that we included for the code. So Section A is Chapter 2. Now, since we reviewed these with the county commissioners, we've had some public input from the design community, and they have asked that we look at the building height definition again. So the next 3 slides, I'm going to do a little pass to Michelle and ask her to go through the evolution of the definition of building height and indicate why we are again changing it to, you see in this slide, the original language that we were adding was or modified grade elevation after construction. And the suggestion is that that be more appropriately indicate that the height is based on existing grade prior to construction or finished floor elevation after construction, whichever is more restrictive. So I'll do a pass now to Michelle. And the suggestion is
Okay, thank you, Diane. Sorry, I had a little bit of a delay there. So I am going to just show you these slides. So can everyone still see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So Diane just explained the new building height definition, and we thought it would be helpful for you to understand how this has changed over time and how we've kind of gotten here. So basically, this slide represents the pre-2006 code. So at that time, and I think since the beginning of kind of the zoning code, building height was basically you would take the highest point of the building and the lowest point, and you would draw a line. So that works pretty well when you have a site that's relatively flat, but it does create issues when you have steep slopes or steep grades. So so basically in the case like the diagram, you might have a 35-foot building height, and then maybe on the other side of the property, you have a 1-story garage with a flat roof. So ultimately, there was a proposal from local architects to change the code to what it currently is. And so the thought process behind this one, which I can't remember exactly what year it was adopted, but maybe around like 2007 or 8. But the idea was that like you could have 35 feet at any vertical point. So the idea again would be that the building could step with the property, and you weren't necessarily punishing those properties that had those steeper slopes. What we found in actually using this code over time, initially it was not a problem, but then more recently, I would say in the last several years especially, we've seen a lot of, or I wouldn't say a lot, but we've seen a number of development proposals where people will actually dig down and create daylight basements. So there's a number of issues with that because the way that the current code building height is written, it basically allows for buildings that are greater than 35 feet. So in some cases, we've seen 45, almost 50-foot kind of facades on the lake, especially. And that really wasn't the intent, was to go higher than 35 feet. The other issue you have in this instance is even if you're at 35 feet, you can have the building step up and it appears to have a kind of a larger facade. So it really increased the scale of the buildings. And we really didn't anticipate kind of the daylight basement situation that's now occurring. So here's the current proposed code. What it's doing is it's kind of a hybrid between sort of the oldest code and the current code. But basically what it does is it allows for 35 feet at any given point. So either at existing grade or finished floor, whichever is more restrictive. So if somebody decides they want to dig into a hillside and create that daylight basement, they can still do that, but they're not able to sort of gain additional height on top of the existing grade. So I think this is a hybrid. We talked with some architects about this, and they felt comfortable. One of the things that we will need to do is modify the graphic to represent the language of this new building height definition. Are there any questions about that? Okay, then I'll turn it back over to Diane for chapter 3.
Michelle, this is Mike. While we're waiting, so on the subject of the building height, and that was a very good presentation and graphic, and the way you laid that out, I think that's pretty well self-explanatory. From the folks within the design community, they, in re-reviewing this, they ended up being on board with this, or was there resistance, or did you have anything else to add on that?
Yeah, so we received some comments, which I think the council also received those comments from Wayne Rimley from Epicos, and he might actually be on the call. So he was concerned in terms of how we would actually implement this. And so it was actually a really great discussion because it got the building official, the city planner, and myself kind of back together to really brainstorm and really think this one through. So I think that was really beneficial. And then we were also able to kind of run past some just tentative drawings with him to sort of make sure that it was very clear from somebody, who could just look at the code and easily understand, what we're trying to convey. So I think that was actually a super helpful conversation. And then my understanding is that the other architects are comfortable, with this building height definition as it's currently written.
Yeah, so I'll add thank you for reaching out to folks, even though there's been numerous public hearings with P&Z and so forth, but thank you again for reaching out and making sure that we have a good level of buy-in and consensus and understanding. So thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, and what I will add is, in the past, we were really kind of going out, and I was going to their offices and chatting with them. Obviously, during COVID, we're not doing that, but I believe this is like our 5th or 6th meeting on it. And what I've always said to our design community is that we actually really appreciate their input, because a lot of times, they're working with these codes every day and working with clients, and so they have a good perspective on it. Some of the issues I think that we get into are kind of more policy kind of discussions and values, but some of them are just kind of technical, and it's always great to have another set of eyes and perspective on that. Okay, I'm going to go in advance to the next slide, and hopefully Diane has caught up with us. Some of the issues I think that we get into are kind of more policy kind of discussions and values, but some of them are just kind of technical, and it's always great to have another set of eyes and perspective on that. Okay, I'm going to go to the next.
Okay, so we'll move to chapter 3, which is the residential zones and standards. And as you know, at the beginning of each of the zoning districts, there's a chart that has the dimensional requirements. So the first changes are to the residential dimensional table. We've added an alley setback of 3 feet, and this wasn't existing in the residential district before, but did exist in the commercial. So the 3-foot setback is the same as what's required in the commercial district. The other provision that we added was a maximum single-family residential unit size of 10,000 square feet. And this is the one comment that the county commissioners had some issues with. I think their questions were, is this unnecessary limitation that they see these size of houses occurring in resort communities, and they felt that was, what the market was looking for. I think the greater concern they had was that limiting these house sizes would, in fact, limit the tax generation from residential development. And we could talk about that some more if there's some questions about that, but that was one of their concerns. And I think they were just still mulling it over. We'll probably hear some more from them next Monday on that issue. And then there is a footnote which defines how maximum square feet is determined. And we use the definition from the building code to make that clear. Then the other major section is this new design standards for residential, again, borrowing from the Mccall design guidelines. And these standards are for building design and for building scale. Then the other major section
I can see that Diane is talking, but we cannot hear her.
Okay, are we on slide 10 then? We'll move ahead to chapter 4, which is the commercial zones and standards. Again, like residential, we're adding some standards from the Mccall design guidelines. And so there's a whole new section in this chapter relating those. And the standards here are included for building design, building scale, pedestrian oriented storefronts, building additions, and snow country design. So move to the next slide. So chapter 5 is the zoning for industrial and business parks and standards. And there's a provision in there related to driveway surfacing. We've now consolidated all those standards in the next chapter, chapter 8. So there's just a deletion, a minor change in this section. And you could go to the next slide.
Diane, could you tell us what slide we're supposed to be on, which number?
I had just asked if we could go to slide 12. Can everyone see slide 12?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So chapter 7 is the special districts, and there's some changes both to the Shoreline River Environment Zone as well as the scenic route overlay. This change relating to the shoreline adds provisions to the existing design review criteria to include some assessment of the visual impact of development. And then there is a section which clarifies as well as adds some additional restrictions to what can occur in the 50-foot setback. And these additional restrictions include non-native turf, lawns, perch beaches, patios, walls, and fences. And then you could move
Diane?
to the next slide. Yes.
Yeah, and there's still one slide behind. Now we're on slide 12. Thank you.
Bill, you're seeing a delay because you're watching it and also on your phone. So you're going to see it delayed because you're going to hear it live and then you're going to see it delayed a little bit.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is Colby. This technology thing is really getting in the way of this fairly important subject here. I don't know how we're going to get through this and how we're going to interact. We're hitting roadblocks around every corner here.
I'm wondering, this is Michelle, if Diane just turns off her computer and just uses her phone and is able just to use her computer to pull up her version of the PowerPoint, it might be a little bit more fluid, because I feel like the delay is creating, the computer delay is the issue.
I completely agree with you, Michelle. That's absolutely what she should do.
Okay, I'll do that. Like, I think just pull up your PowerPoint on your own computer, but shut off the Teams meeting and just use your cell phone or whatever, your landline, for audio. And then I'll just run the PowerPoint, just tell me what slide. And that way we don't have the delay with every slide.
Okay, so I will go back to slide 12. And this is the special district shoreline and river environs zone. And we're adding new provisions to the design review process to include assessment of the visual impact of development, as well as there is some clarification about the nature of the 50-foot setback. And we're including some additional restrictions within that 50-foot setback, including non-native turf, lawns, perched beaches, patios, walls, and fences. So if you want to move to slide 13. Are you there?
Yeah, we're there.
Slide 13 covers Chapter 7 again, but this is the Special District Scenic Route Zone. And there are a number of changes here. First of all, we're amending what routes are covered by the Scenic Route Zone. We're deleting Boydston and Dinehart. We're extending Lick Creek. I think it's from Spring Mountain now to Davis. And we're adding Sampson Trail to the boundary of the area of city impact. Also, we're adding some new provisions related to landscaping, and finally, a prohibition on service stations within the scenic route zone. Is there any questions from those slides we just went through?
This is Mike. I have a question regarding slide 12, and that is the question of what's the logic or discussion, or what's the bigger picture related to removing perched beaches or say a paver patio within the 50-foot setback from the high water mark along the lake? I'm not making an advocacy position either direction. I just wanted to have a little background on where it came from.
Diane, do you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
So this request actually came, I think, from maybe the Big Payette Watershed Advisory Group some time ago. And I think, so part of this is, it's also kind of a reaction to what's been happening. Initially, with the 50-foot setback, I mean, the intent is to sort of have this natural, or I would say a vegetative buffer between the structures and the water. And so, you know, as compared to a lot of other communities, 50 feet isn't actually a huge setback. And so the code has always been specific to say no structures within the 50-foot setback. So that also includes decks, because decks have footings. So we we kind of over time had allowed patio, like paver patios in that area because they were considered, they didn't have footing, so they weren't considered structures and kind of more part of the landscaping, even though they are typically not impervious. So I think some of it, like it's been a little bit of a creep over time where we're getting applications as it relates to patios with a lot of hardscape. So we're seeing a lot of retaining walls and then terracing with a lot of hardscape. And so I think this code provision is being proposed to kind of bring it more back to the original intent of that 50-foot setback, to have more of that setback area as a buffer. And the same thing would be true of the perched beaches, is just having more of even just that when you look towards those properties, have less of that, I would say like suburban or manicured kind of look, and more of a natural look. It doesn't mean you can't, you have to keep it in a natural state and can't plant anything. You're allowed to have a yard, it just needs to be native grasses. So that's the intent, is to kind of pull back if you want a bunch of hardscape. The idea behind this would be to pull that hardscape behind that 50-foot setback, so that we're kind of getting back to the original intent. That has, I think too, just more recently, it's been pretty grossly, I would say, abused. When you start seeing so much hardscape, I don't think that was really the intent. So that's what it did come from, an outside group. But we've also had some discussions at the staff level and seen some applications that have created some concern, I think, with kind of the intent of this shoreline zone.
Makes good sense. Thanks.
Is there any other questions on the shoreline or the scenic route zone?
Yeah, I guess this is Colby on slide 13 and the with the scenic route zone. I was trying to find in here where that total area is, and I have a question about adding a provision, especially to prohibit service stations. I guess those are the two.
Oh, go ahead, Diane.
No, I was just going to, it's the list of the scenic routes, Councilperson Nelson, is on page 9. There is intended to be, following that list, a map. So when someone goes to the code, they can actually see those routes designated on a map. So I think that will help communicate that. And I'll defer to Michelle on the service station question.
Yeah, so the thought process behind this is it's basically anticipating that at some point, as you know, the city and the state are starting to have the conversations about moving the highway. And so if 3rd Street and Lake Street become city streets, they become kind of more of those traditional main streets with a development pattern, I think that's kind of more consistent with a main street. And so service stations typically aren't found in those areas. And so the idea is that we have quite a few service stations already on those existing streets, but the idea is to push them more on the outskirts and also along the state highway. So that is why Boydston Street and Dinehard, we're recommending that we delete it from the scenic route in anticipation that it becomes kind of a state highway. And by and large, while the mountains are gorgeous, it's a pretty industrial street, and not a lot of provisions have been put in place to really kind of, I would say, require that it's a scenic route at this point. So that's the thought process, is basically to kind of be intentional about where you want your service stations to go, as opposed to just have them kind of all over the place. I mean, it doesn't prohibit the ones that are already there. They're existing. They'd be considered existing non-conforming service stations, so they would fall under that provision. So they'd be able to do repairs and maintenance and improvements, but they wouldn't be able to unnecessarily expand that use, or we wouldn't see new service stations.
Sure. I guess I picture Main Street America with the service station.
So any other questions on 12 and 13? Then, Michelle, if we could move to the next slide. We did make a change in the provisions and how they're applied, and we had added that it would be any structure which was visible traveling along the route within 150 feet, and or visible. And someone pointed out that this would, create a situation where you could have a limited, some structure could be quite a long distance away from the scenic route, but if it was still visible, it would be subject to the provisions of this section. So we've gone back to the original language that it's visible, but within 150 feet of the right-of-way of the line.
And Diane, I might just point out, this was one of the good catches from from Wayne Rumley, who had sent in comments. So it was great to have another set of eyes to catch that one, because that really was our intent, the and, not the or.
Yeah. So if we move on to slide 15, this moves then into Chapter 8 of Title III, which is all of the general development standards. And there's a number of subsections in this chapter. And we'll just go through these and highlight the major changes. Timber harvest sections, we vetted that with the city arborist. We revised the thresholds for tree removal and tried to clarify what his role would be, or her role would be, in the removal of trees. And then fire hazard mitigation standards, there's a couple of new sections which applies these standards to residential zones and identifies what is intended to be assessed for fire mitigation and the site design provisions. And again, we met with the fire districts, and was really helpful. They provided some great comments that we made and changed these sections based on those comments. The parking and internal circulation sections, we added some new landscaping and screening provisions coming from the Mccall design guidelines. And the driveway section, we paralleled language that it was already in Title IX, but made some changes to the requirements for driveway width based on residential and commercial uses. And then based on the fire district's recommendation, we changed the maximum grade, driveway grade changed from 15 to 12%. So also in the driveway design section, we had a request that we add what is current practice, which is a number 4. And so this is another add that we would request you consider, which is that there only be one driveway access for each residential property unless approved by the administrator. So any questions about those first 3 sections of Chapter 8?
Was that in the, did P&Z recommend that change, the last one about the driveways?
No, I'm sorry. That's one of those changes that just have come up in the last week. So they did not see that. But I understand, Michelle, maybe you can speak to this, that this has been a standard requirement, and we're just codifying what has been the practice.
Yeah, and I think we didn't put it in there originally because we had some other sections that we felt like we needed more time with Public Works on. But since this is essentially a practice already, we thought, oh, let's go ahead and get this in. It's a practice within the city, not necessarily obviously the county. But it is something that we want to look at because it very much affects snow plowing and our access management as it relates to like proximity to intersections and that sort of thing. So there are exceptions that are made depending on the size of the lot and the distance from an intersection. But by and large, the idea is to have sort of an access control in one driveway per parcel on the smaller parcels in town, because it gets pretty tricky with especially snow plowing.
Okay, can we move to slide 17? So this is continuing chapter 8. We've added some minor changes to the loading area standards. And then in fences and walls, we brought over some requirements from the Title IX subdivision, as well as we added new standards for walls from the design guidelines. There's also some clarification about when a permit is required for a fence. And then we added an administrative approval step for any fences that are made out of synthetic materials. Do you want to move to slide 18? Again, still in chapter 8, there's some additional standards from the Mccall guidelines added to landscaping and buffering, which also includes a new 10% limitation on the amount of lawn area that can be used in landscaping, except for the use of native grasses. I feel like I'm talking over somebody.
Yeah. It's Nortennias and Selenium. What were they making? Nortennias and Selenium.
You did.
Yeah, they were the big north and south. Yeah.
Should I keep moving ahead?
Keep moving ahead. Somebody needs to mute their phone, their device, but it's not you, Diane.
Okay, thanks. Then there's some provisions on snow storage, which adopts a requirement that 33% of the site area be designated for snow storage. This makes it consistent with Title IX. And then we have two new sections we've added, one on site design, which consolidates all of the standards related to site design, and then creates some new standards to minimize modification of natural drainage systems, as well as alteration of landform. And then finally, a new section on design, location, and screening of service areas. This provides some standards to protect adjacent properties from, trash enclosures and other generators and things of that sort that sometimes can be have some externalities regarding noise and its sightfulness. So new standards there. So that completes chapter 8. Is there any questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next slide, which is very simple. We've clarified the timing and the way administrative appeals are considered, and this comes in the administrative chapter, chapter 15. And then the next slide, 20. This is chapter 16 is the design review process. And here we made some changes to expand the smaller scale design applications so that they can be approved by the administrator and take some load off the Planning and Zoning Commission. There's also some protocols included so that if there's any issues with these administrative applications, they can be brought forward to the commission, or also to report to the commission on the decisions the administrator makes, similar to the way signs are handled now. And then there's some clarification on requirements for applications, and we added some new findings in the decisions for those design review applications for special districts, those overlay districts. Any questions on the changes to the design review process?
Yeah. So what's the expands the administrator's authority? Can you dig a little deeper?
There's a list of the requirements that of the decisions that they can make, and they have some now already. Currently, the administrator can approve building heights less than 30 feet, additions under 500 square feet, facade and exterior finish changes. We've added accessory structure, minimum required bicycle parking, which was already a provision in another section. We've just consolidated it here. Fencing in certain locations and structures less than 1,500 square feet in size and located in a commercial district, but not within the scenic route overlay zone. Single family residential structures less than 5,000 square feet and not located in any overlay zone, and landscape plans involving those structures. So those are all design review applications that the administrator can review and make a decision on.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then the final changes on slide 21 is to the subdivision and development Title IX. And here we made some revisions for consistency with the zoning code, particularly related to residential driveways. But if you go to the next slide, you'll see that we didn't catch one of the deletions. And so this is a deletion because the section that follows this are the new standards for driveway widths. So this section should have been deleted, which is highlighted on that slide. So that, Mr. Mayor and Council, that completes our presentation. I guess if there's any other questions at this time, we can tag team and answer those for you.
Thank you, Diane. Thanks, Michelle. Let me do a formal sweep. Mike, any questions after hearing the presentation?
No, Bob, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mike. Tammy?
No questions.
Thank you, Cami. Colby?
No, I'm sure I've got some questions. I just can't think of any right now.
Okay. And Diane, you and Michelle answered all of my questions. I really appreciate your reaching out to the design review architectural committees and that expertise. I think that's really helped. So, are we pretty done with presentation then? Diane and Michelle? I am. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you did a great job of that, and the packet was really helpful, as it always is, and I'm glad we had sufficient time tonight to get in deep into it and to be able to ask questions. So at this point, I'm going to ask Bessie Joe if we had any written correspondence in addition to any material we heard at our last meeting. So have we received any additional written comments?
Yes, we had one written comment. It is from David Simmons of the Big Payette Lake Water Quality Council. And he is in Mccall, and he writes that
Bessie Joe, this is Bob. We just lost your sound about 20 seconds ago. Could you turn your volume up?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, there. Okay, so the comment is from David Simmons of the Big Payette Lake Water Quality Council. And he writes the big payout, and he's for the code amendment. And he writes that the Big Payette Water Quality Council is pleased to support the proposed amendments to Title III with regard to lakeshore environs, vegetation, and stormwater. The 1997 Big Payette Lake Management Plan and Implementation Program relies primarily on local and state regulation and adherence to or improvement of best management practices to manage and limit the eutrophication potential of Payette Lake. The plan is one of the city, county, and state have either endorsed or codified. Therefore, a strong city zoning code is key to a strong plan. The proposed amendments are generally a good move in that direction. The sustainability of Payette Lake should be an easy goal for all of us to rally around. And given the increasing pressures of development and growth and our growing knowledge of what works to protect water quality, adaptation of local regulation should be given. Special comments. 1, proposed changes to sections 3.7.02 C3C provide for a more meaningful and effective implementation of a 50-foot setback to protect water quality and the integrity of natural shorelines, which have the inherent resilience that thousands of years of climate and geological adaptation have conferred. Hardscaping, including patios and walls within 50 feet of the lake, present a risk to adjacent shorelines from accelerated runoff, so such prohibition seems warranted. Property rights do have certain limits when impacts may extend beyond private property, and particularly where an overwhelming public good is at stake. This is a reasonable change. Number 2, the addition of provisions in 3.8.03 parentheses A, 2 parentheses B, and parentheses D with regard to retention of tree cover is a positive change with regard to mitigating thermal pollution of runoff into the lake, thus helping to maintain a healthy cold water biota, one of the specific beneficial uses of the waters of Payette Lake. Tree canopies can also lessen surface erosion for precipitation and diversify snowmelt patterns, both of benefit to decreasing the generation of upload pollutions. State and federal BMPs for forest practices have long recognized the importance of shading in stream buffer zones for similar reasons, and Payette Lake is showing some stress that may be related to increased temperatures over a long period of the year. Number 3, the provisions of 3.8.13 parentheses C for preservation and use of natural vegetation and native species would appear to benefit water quality generally and particularly in lakeshore and near lakeshore development, where stormwater impacts may have the greatest effect on the public good. This is a good opportunity to note that agencies, residents, and other observers have in the last several years been seeing disturbing and as yet unexplained new signs of impacts to the lake, including novel and unpleasant algae blooms, along with surprising evidence of cyanobacteria in remote imaging data. Protection of the watershed and in particular the nearshore zone lands may need to gain a new urgency. The city's timing is good. The overarching specter of massive changes and potential development of state endowment lands puts extra emphasis on having appropriately strong development standards in our watershed. We hope to be a constructive partner with the city in assuring a sustainable Payette Lake.
Thank you, Bessie Jo. Quick question for Michelle. So our read on the comment from Mr. Simmons is that he and the group he represents, that's interested in water quality and other issues. They are supportive of the changes that we are proposing. Is that your read, Michelle?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Because there's a lot of material there. I just wanted to make sure we're tracking that the same. Thank you very much. All right. Was there anyone that wanted to comment tonight live? Kind of interested in water quality and other issues. They are supportive of the.
Bill, we cannot hear you.
I didn't know I was being asked anything. Say it again, please. Was I asked a question?
I don't think so. This is Mayor Bob. I was asking Bessie Joe if there are any other citizens that are desiring to comment during the public hearing live. Have they signed up online, or have they phoned in, or are they on the Teams environment that they would like to comment on this proposal tonight?
Oh, I apologize. Your sound went out and I thought it was Bill that was speaking and it was you that was speaking, and no, there are no other comments.
Thank you, Bessie Joe. I don't think we need any staff rebuttal because staff's in agreement with most of the comments, or probably all of the comments from Mr. Simmons, and his group supports the changes that Diane and Michelle briefed us on. So I think, let me ask council, are you ready for me to close the public hearing? And if you answer yes, that means then we would start the final deliberation, which could include some questions of staff. So are we ready to close the public hearing, council?
Yes.
Yes.
Colby, you good with that?
I am indeed.
And I am good with that as well. So as the chairman of the meeting and as the mayor, I close the public hearing and we will move on to deliberation. Let me start with a sweep through, this is not a vote, but just a sweep through council, starting with Mike, and we'll go in the same order. Mike, Cammie, Colby, and then me. The question I'll ask you is, do you feel comfortable proceeding with this as an action item? And in the agenda, Bill, there's two other steps. We would suspend the rules, read by title only, and then adopt the ordinance. You want to proceed down that track, Mike?
Yes, from everything that I have read, followed up on, and listened to, I think this has been well vetted through Planning and Zoning Commission, through numerous public hearings, public input, city staff input, county commissioners input, the local designers and architects. So I think that this has been well vetted, and I think we're ready to, I'm certainly ready to move forward.
Cammie?
My only question is to kind of go on of what Colby said is in the section of the scenic route and making it so that service stations are prohibited. You know, I too believe that, you know, a main area, the downtown core or whatever, should have the ability to have service stations. And let's just say one of them went out of business and a new one wanted to come in a different location. And, you know, I still think that is a good thing to have in you know, on 3rd Street and closer to downtown. So I'm struggling with prohibiting that the service station.
All right. Colby?
Yeah, I mean, that is a concern for me. You know, Yeah, I guess it kind of falls in line with the, the 10,000 square foot limitation on houses. I feel like an outright prohibition of a service station isn't great. Maybe it could be more definitive based on, size and location, just as we're limiting the size of houses, which, by the way, I'm in agreement with. I think 10,000 feet is even way too big, but that's another topic. And the only other thing that I think is a minor issue, but I just really kind of stood out to me was the whole driveway thing that kind of got slid in there in the last week. I'm not quite sure what that's about and why it wasn't presented to P&Z, or I don't know if the county heard that one either.
Okay, let's take those one at a time. Make sure I'm clear on your issues and concerns. So let's start with the service station, I'll call it. So you do not support at this time the prohibition of having a service station in scenic route. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, outright prohibition. I think that it seems, I don't know if there's any way to better define that besides saying no service stations.
Okay, and Cammie, you do not support that prohibition either, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I do believe that if there was a way you could limit the size of the service station. We don't want something, landing strip or, a great big one, but, a mom and pop small service station might be doable in the scenic byway.
Okay, and I believe, Mike, that you are fine with the prohibition, and I will go on the record tonight, I'm fine with that prohibition. So there are four of us trying to make a motion or make a decision on a motion, and I would say we're not in agreement. And there's not a majority that would support, I guess, a change from the status quo on service stations. So let's think about that a little bit I think, Colby, you said that you didn't have any trouble with the 10,000 square foot limitation, but you had some concerns about driveways. So talk to us more about that.
Oh, I'm just curious because it was slid in there in the last minute. Anything like that kind of puts a red flag up for me. I know it seems to be a fairly minor thing, but I don't know if it didn't go in front of P&Z on there, so that's a concern.
Could you advise us on that, Michelle?
Sure, I'm happy to. To be honest, it was kind of an oversight. We had a number of different departments looking at these different code sections, specifically Public Works and Parks. And so we were kind of getting comments from multiple departments. And that was something that was kind of just an oversight. So like I mentioned before, it's basically the practice now. Anybody who puts in a driveway has to get a driveway permit. And so generally they're limited to one per parcel, unless, as I was mentioning, there's some kind of other circumstances in which it makes sense to allow multiple access points.
So is that a residential area?
Just residential, yeah. Yeah.
Do you think, Michelle, that if the council approved the language that you presented, you and Diane presented to us tonight, that planning and zoning, that they'd be okay with their formal review?
I think so, because I think it's essentially already happening in the city. This is just a way to codify it and make sure that people are aware of that standard. So I think they would be fine with that. You know, and as I mentioned before, that would be a new provision for the county, and that's kind of why we thought it might be important to get it in now, rather than wait till the next round. We also kind of just thought, well, we're already in this section, so we hate to bring back this whole section for one provision. So it was also just kind of a matter of like, we've got this section open now, let's get this section done so we don't have to bring back another ordinance for number 4.
Right. Well, I think what I'm hearing is that we have agreement on everything except the service stations, the gas stations. And this is a pretty big issue. There's a lot for everyone that has their opinion about wanting to allow that use in a scenic byway. I know council's received a lot of information on, and just informally, we hear from our constituents not wanting to see development of a gas station, and certainly a large scale one, such has been covered in the newspaper. So do you have any advice for us, Michelle, on, we don't have agreement on this, but I heard that everyone is interested in having some regulations on this. So do you see a path forward on, do you want to give that some thought and come back to us?
Well, I can just provide you a little bit of background. It is not uncommon for mountain town communities to prohibit gas stations on their scenic routes or their main streets. The idea is to be intentional about where you want your service stations to go. As I mentioned, we have quite a few gas stations already located along our scenic routes. They're likely to stay until at some point maybe we convert. At some point in the future, we may not need gas stations, but at this point, it's a use issue, and I think we have so many provisions in our code specifically to create kind of that pedestrian orientation. And so this is a specific use that often is incompatible with adjacent uses. So, you know, I'll use this as an example. We encourage outdoor dining. So if you have a restaurant next to a gas station and then you have a bunch of cars filling up with gas and the fumes, often those would be considered incompatible uses. And so that's really kind of the thought process behind trying to, it's not that you're not allowing gas stations, you're just not allowing them in certain parts of town where you're trying to encourage other types of use and a different kind of more pedestrian oriented development pattern. So that's the thought process behind it. Like I said, it probably, with the exception, I mean, I can't speak. We do have one land use application that you're aware of that's working its way through the process or not. But that wouldn't really change the status of the existing gas stations that are already there. They fall into that non-conforming status. So it just wouldn't allow any new ones to come in. And ideally, like I said, I think looking ahead and trying to plan for a future highway and what that means, this is a provision that we thought would be helpful to have in place now as we plan for that in the future.
I think there are 2 council members that would agree with that, but I also think there are 2 council members that are not in agreement with that. So if we want to get, if you have an interest in us getting a decision tonight, we probably have to approach this in two steps then. First would be, this is difficult, and I may need some help from council. If you see some procedural ways to go through this objectively and fairly. And I also may need some help from Annette and Bill, legal counsel. But it appears that there's interest in passing this ordinance, going through the process. The only hangup is the council is split two and two on the language for the gas stations in the scenic route. So I'm looking for some creativity from those people that I called out. Anyone from the council have some ideas on, should we, in other words, take a vote on an amendment to change the proposal you brought in front of us? The problem I see with that is probably won't get a majority on that. It'll be a split vote 2 and 2. If we don't amend it to allow gas stations, then when we go to vote for the overall ordinance, then that won't get approved. So I do need a little help tonight. Bill, your thoughts, or Annette, or Michelle?
And Mayor, this is Colby. I'd kind of the specific question for Michelle on the gas station thing. I mean, is there any way to expand on that code revision that is more nuanced besides an outright prohibition on service stations in the scenic route?
Well, what I will say is that your current code, a service station is a conditional use permit. So it has to meet the criteria of a conditional use permit, which is, I believe there's 12 or 13. So it has to be compatible and those other things. So essentially it's not a permitted use by right. So a gas station can't just come in. It has to get that CUP, which is approved by the city council ultimately. It goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then it's a recommendation to the city council. So you already have that in place today. So you have the ability today to evaluate if you want additional service stations on your scenic route.
Can I add, and Michelle, maybe you can clarify, this is Mike. So in the central business district, service stations are not allowed. So what seems to be a bit of a hang up here is the question of 3rd Street. So there's, based upon zoning, there's no service stations going in on Spring Mountain Boulevard, Lick Creek. There's no service stations are going to be going in the central business district in downtown Mccall as our current code exists. So what we're actually talking about is a pretty small item here, which is the question of 3rd Street in the community commercial zone where a conditional use permit allows a service station, which is essentially from the Shell station south to Dinehard. Am I correct in that, Michelle?
Well, the CBD doesn't, it would include like Alpine Village to the south. Because Alpine Village is in the CC zone. So some of those areas that people kind of consider downtown are actually CC zoning.
Right, so CC zoning starts at Alpine Village. So Alpine Village South is the only area that we're actually talking about that's community commercial, where this would actually have any effect. Is that right?
So it's basically anything that's CC that's along 3rd Street or Lake Street.
So like Lake Street all the way out to city limits, or?
So just to refresh all of us, Michelle, so community commercial on Lake Street is from the ski wholesalers on the other side of Albertsons. Is that all the way? Where does the community commercial sit on Lake Street as you're headed west?
Let's see, Morgan's on the phone. She might know this better than I do.
Because that's residential along Lake Street, right? And then we've just got, do we just have community commercial or neighborhood commercial down towards Shore Lodge?
Yeah, so basically it's CBD kind of through like where Albertsons is, and then it switches to residential, and then there's some CC zoning down by like the Shore Lodge and out towards the Mexican restaurant over there, and that's kind of the end of it.
And that's the end of the scenic
Yeah,
route.
and then it goes into residential zone at beyond that.
So again, just to clarify what we're talking about as far as prohibiting gas stations, we're talking about the section of 3rd Street from Alpine Village south to the light at Dinehard, and we're talking about the area from Ruby's Kitchen to just past Shore Lodge, which would be part of the scenic route.
Yeah, and Morgan just sent me a message, which I think maybe is a good suggestion. She says, is there a way to say a portion of the scenic route from Dinehard to Boydston? If you want to. Morgan, do you want to get on and clarify that?
Yes, so hopefully I'm not delayed here, and hopefully you can hear me in real time.
Nope, you're good.
Excellent. So yes, you're correct with, it starts actually at the corner of the existing Maverick, where the CC is, and it goes south just to Cron Lane. So we're talking about Cron Lane and the highway up to Maverick, and then on the west side of town from more or less just Shore Lodge up to Pueblo Lindo. So those are the 2 sections of community commercial that are on scenic routes. My question, I suppose, if I'm trying to help you come up with language, it would probably be a question to Bill Nichols. If we could say a portion of the scenic route would prohibit it. So, and it would, I guess I would suggest from Dinehard on the scenic route up through Boydston. So it would still allow the area south of Dinehard down to Cron Lane on the highway to have service stations, and then on West Lake Street from Boydston west to have service stations. Or you could suggest, you know, any modification of what I'm saying if Bill Nichols approves that it would be a portion of the scenic route, because one of the future land use plans, you know, did see a service station on the west side of town on Boydston, and so I think a portion of the scenic route would be reasonable if Bill thinks that that's okay.
So, Mayor, Council, staff, let me make a suggestion and see if this doesn't fly. If you take the new 3.7.033 out of this ordinance, what you're left with is new fueling station, service stations are a conditional permit. But you could put back through the P&Z process the specific language that you want to see with regard to what portion of the scenic route zone a service station would be prohibited. And that way it could go through the whole process with it's enough of a change, what you're proposing to do, kind of piece and parts this together. It might be better to just leave it as a conditional use permit application until you can get this kind of honed down a little better. That's a suggestion anyway.
That sounds like a good way forward. And then we, you know, maybe at a future meeting, we would have all five council members present to weigh in on this. Council, how do you feel about Bill Nichols' proposal? It seems reasonable to me. Mike?
I mean, it seems reasonable to me. At the same time, you know, when you look at development of a gas station, it's a significant, very significant cost, and there are a lot of considerations. We already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gas stations. So I don't see this as an issue. I think that the planning and zoning has thoroughly vetted with the public through public hearings and work sessions, the designers in town, through the staff's input. This has not been any small project to get here, and a lot of requests for public input. So it just seems to me that if that was not a concern for all of those individuals, and knowing the financial aspects of putting in a gas station in those two small areas, it just doesn't seem significant. But if that's what we need to do in order to move forward on all the other amendments and all the work that has been done to get to this point, and leave it as conditional use, then I can live with that.
Yeah, I feel the same way you do, Mike. I just don't know how to move forward with just 4 of us, since we've all been respectful and we've offered our opinions, and this is an issue we're really split on, the 4 of us tonight. So I think we got 2 options if we want to make a decision tonight to approve something, and I think Bill Nichols gave us a possible way to go forward. Then the other option is to just table this and say we're not in agreement on this, and wait till we have 5 people in attendance in January. I'm not pushing that, but I'm just saying that is an option. So, Tammy, let me start with you. Which of those 2 options would you like to pursue tonight?
I think that if we could service station prohibit, that would be great. So I would go with what Mr. Nichols suggested in removing that that section and approving the rest of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Tammy. Colby, what's your preference?
Oh, get out of my hydraulic oil soaked pants would be my preference right now. But regarding this, I hear Mike. I think you make some great points, and I agree a lot with that. But I also have a hard time with the kind of the outright prohibition and in those zones. I think, you point out that there are kind of 2 areas that aren't within our, central business district, downtown, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that cost a lot of money to do, and people do it, just because it doesn't make sense for one person to want to make that investment doesn't mean that there's not someone out there that would like to have, that business opportunity for whatever. And I guess there's already a CUP in place for that, process to get the gas station in. So I don't really know what to do. Like I don't know what to prohibit. I mean, I guess the list is long. If we're going to start with gas stations, why don't we start talking about what else we're going to prohibit?
Yeah, I mean, Colby, I hear you on principle as it relates to prohibiting things. I certainly hear you on that. But can I ask, I mean, if we had an application for a new gas station like the Maverick coming through, I mean, is you're leaning towards it, you would approve that, or?
I think we can't really. I think that the idea of like there's other areas in that scenic, like it's broad. That's why I was asking Michelle the question about, is there a way to make that a nuanced item rather than, just it says prohibited uses a service station, that I guess that's kind of my hold up on it. Yeah, I don't know. I do appreciate being able to converse on this too. Like, so thank you for asking questions, Mike, because it's a tough one for me. Like yeah, you're correct. The principle is on prohibition is the holdup for me. The practice, I am on agreement with you on. I don't think we really need more gas stations in that scenic byway zone. So yeah, that's what has got me torn.
I hear you, and I appreciate too the ability to have some discussion, because you know, this isn't something that any of us are going to have a discussion about outside of meetings, and we do have some long meetings, and but sometimes it's worth really vetting these and having the conversation. So Bob, thanks for giving us the time to do that.
Oh, it's really important, and it's going to be a really important issue. My crystal ball says this is a very pivotal, big item, whichever way we go. It's going to be real and it's going to be tested, and so we need to make sure that, you know, we're doing due diligence like we are tonight. I'm going to suggest that we table this. We not make a decision tonight. I want to see the full 5 council members briefed on 2 options. And that is, the first option would be the original language brought to us tonight that was, as Mike said, was approved by planning and zoning, where it's just a straight prohibition within a scenic corridor. That's one option. And the second option would be the one that Bill Nichols talked about. So if staff could work with Bill on that and bring that back to us in January when Melanie's in attendance, I think our constituents will want to know how we vote on this, each of us. It's a very important issue. So that's my recommendation, is that we table it. Bill will advise us how to reopen the public hearing, a date certain in January.
Mayor Bob, can I just ask the question of Bessie Jo? I believe that the January meetings are closed and filled up already, so I think this would move this item to February, but I wanted to understand that from Bessie Jo.
So before she answers, it could move to February. One of the items on our agenda, and you're welcome to stay on with us at 9 o'clock tonight, is, are we adding a 3rd meeting next year? Are we going to have an emergency meeting in January? And are we adding a 3rd meeting starting every month in February? Because that will help us get back on track. You know, with the COVID-19 issues we've been dealing with, it's been hard to get all of our business done in just the 2 regular meetings. So go ahead, Bessie Jo, and answer Michelle's question.
Well, these are the council's meetings. So if the council would like to move this to either of the meetings in January, they certainly can do that. And then staff can look at those meetings and determine if there's something that is scheduled that may need to be pushed out further. Or if the council would like, we could have this as an additional item to what is already scheduled, and both the 14th and the 28th look to be at least 3 hours each. So those are things to consider. Another thing to consider is to add a special meeting in January. You could continue this to like January 7th. If you would like. So you have many options. So whatever the council would like is what we will do what we need to do to accommodate the council.
So, Mayor, if I could, I think we can still have a discussion on this topic. I probably have some more questions on it, like trying to, instead of maybe seeing when we can kick this down the road, see if maybe we can either vote on it or not tonight. So with that, I guess, you know, for Michelle, what if there is a, you know, this prohibition of service stations in the scenic area in the future, say one of those kind of those zones on either end of town there, for instance, you know, what if there was interest or a changing commercial development in those zones? Would there ever be a possibility for one of those commercial areas to have a service station? Like, what, I mean, you would have to go back through and change the code to get that approved.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it would be along a scenic route, then it would require a code amendment.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that's kind of the concern to me, looking at, I mean, our town's going to continue to grow, and I know we don't want it to sprawl and be rampant and have a bunch of stuff that we don't want to see. But at the same time, I feel like there, you know, maybe the possibility that you know, there could be a reasonable, attractive development that, you know, we would want to have in our community that would benefit our community. So that's, I guess that's my leaning against the outright prohibition of it, you know. But like, I'm still on the fence. And I'm kind of with Mike. I don't think we really need to see any more gas stations through town, but
I'm fine with this. If we want to keep talking about it, I guess just to be real straight with everybody, I'm not on the fence. I think it's a good proposal. I think we should have a prohibition, at least as it's been explained to me. And I did interpret it that same way that Michelle described, that if someone came in with a proposal, and it was a great proposal, but it's still prohibited, and I'm fine with that. I think that's the intent. And I think, Mike, are you fine with that still, or do you, after listening, do you want to change your position?
No changes.
So that's the dilemma, Cammie and Colby, that I'm trying to wrestle with, and I'm just thinking we're probably not going to get agreement tonight. We're understanding things better about our different positions, but I don't think we're in agreement. And with Melanie not being here, that's, you know, that is the beauty of having 5 people on the council. So maybe when she's in attendance in January, we'd be able to make a decision one way or the other.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
At the risk of making things more complicated, maybe one of the things we can do is we can go ahead and table this, renotice or reopen the public hearing, table this, including the public hearing, continue that to January 14th, and come back with some alternate language for the council to consider on this particular 3.7.033 that might address Councilor Nielsen's and Councilor Clapp's concerns. And then we would have some specific language for you to look at on that date, and you can either talk about it then or continue it again to a different meeting for consideration.
That's a good suggestion, Bill. Yeah, I think all four of us would appreciate that. Thank you. Would someone make that motion? I think you could say so moved, Bill, because it's complicated, but it's the one that Bill just made.
So moved.
Well,
Go ahead. So, was that Bessie Jill?
it was. So I thought that maybe there should be two motions, one to reopen the public hearing and then two to table until January 14th. Is that right, Bill?
Correct. So the first motion is to reopen the public hearing on this, on these code amendments. The second motion would be to continue the public hearing and deliberation on the code changes to the January 14, 2021 meeting.
Thank you, Bessie Jill. Thank you, Bill. Let's take those one at a time. First motion is to reopen the public hearing. Someone make that motion, please.
I move we reopen the public hearing.
Thank you, Colby. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Tammy. Motion has been made and seconded to reopen the public hearing on the approval of Code Amendment 20-03 zoning code amendment to Title III and Title IX related to general development standards. May I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
Councilmember Callan,
Yes.
Mayor Giles,
Yes.
Councilmember Machesik,
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Bill, would you help us with the language on the second motion?
So the motion is to continue the public hearing on, to find the right, continue the public hearing on Code Amendment Application 20-03 to January 14, 2021, with deliberation to follow.
Would someone make that motion and say so moved?
So moved.
Tammy, right?
Yes.
Thanks, Tammy. And Colby, you seconded, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, motion has been made and seconded to continue the public hearing until the date certain. I think it's January 14th, at which time the council will deliberate. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Callan,
Yes.
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
Mayor Giles,
Yes.
Councilmember Machesik,
Yes.
All right, so that motion also carries. That is our game plan for the zoning code amendment. And Bill, thank you for helping us.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you. I'll think that through. All right. Our next item is Mccall Chamber of Commerce Winter Carnival update. And Lindsay Harris, are you online with us tonight? Will you be briefing us?
It's Lindsay, and I will be briefing you. I will speak as fast as an auctioneer, so I don't waste your time.
You never waste our time, Lindsay. I always like to hear from you. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it. It's been a lot of stress on you, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Oh, thank you. It's my pleasure to be with all of you tonight, oil pants and all. The Mccall Chamber, we're focusing right now on efforts to promote local businesses and organizations via our Mountain Holidays Guide that is digital this year. That's, you know, obviously events are few and far between, but it's basically a shopping and dining guide with smattering of events of things happening from Thanksgiving to New Year's. We also recently released a local dining guide that lists chamber members in an effort to help residents and visitors know their favorite restaurants' current operations. We have found a lot of people have enjoyed that, so we were happy to put that out there. We have a December Takeout Thursday photo contest going on right now, since there are 5 Thursdays in December, using hashtags to enter, and winners get a gift certificate. So if you take takeout, hashtag visit Mccall, hashtag takeout, and you'll be entered to win a gift certificate. And we want to thank the city staff and audiovisual guru Aaron Greaves, our mayor, and Mccall Parks and Rec and Library staff for helping put on a very special tree lighting this year. The Santa show on the road, I think, was a complete hit, and we hope we can continue to do that in the years that follow. I guess that's one of the silver linings of all of this. We're going to debrief with city staff on all of the hits and misses, but all things considering, it was a very special night. I got to flip the switch, which was a Mccall hometown dream moment, and Santa was as handsome and jolly as ever. A quick office update, it's currently just me. My employee left for another opportunity in town. So we're not actively seeking to fill that role right now for the time being while we wait and see the status of COVID-19 post-holidays and everything else, but we will add to the team again when the time is right. As you're all aware, we did make the decision to cancel Winter Carnival after seeking public input and event partner input. Obviously incredibly difficult for many reasons. Go Out Local, though, our vendor that we had hired, our contractor, was very gracious and understanding, and we look forward to making 2022 the best carnival yet. We will be carrying on Winter Wanderlust in spirit for 2021 by celebrating 10 weeks of safe winter fun versus 10 days. We're kind of saying wander this winter, but wander safely will kind of be the theme. And in regards to local option tax funding for Winter Carnival fireworks, we have some ideas that we are discussing internally and then formally will present to council. But an idea I had was throwing a huge block party celebration when it's safe for all of us, and to basically honor and celebrate our whole community for persevering through a very dark time, giving us something to look forward to and be hopeful for. So stay tuned on anything that we present for that to council for alternative fireworks funding. Tomorrow from noon to 1, I'll be mediating the St. Luke's Mccall 4th Town Hall, which this week will focus on the vaccine and on mental health, which we obviously all see is incredibly important right now as we enter shorter days in winter and as COVID-19 presses on. Just a personal musing, something I've realized through difficult interactions lately with community members is that someday we will emerge from this, and that we should all be very mindful of how we treat one another right now. Even though we may disagree at times, our neighbors will still be our neighbors, our mechanic will still be our mechanic, our crazy uncle is still our crazy uncle, and the better we treat one another, the easier and faster our recovery will be. I felt this is worth noting to our community, and this is my hope. Stay the course. Thanks for all you do. You are all greatly appreciated. I'm very humbled, even just having been on the call for the last hour, listening to what you all have to review on a weekly basis. And I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Lindsay. Questions for Lindsay or comments? Mike?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I do have a comment, and that is just that I think that our community is extremely fortunate to have Lindsay in the position that she's in and communicating on behalf of the board of the Chamber of Commerce. And so you are appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Tammy.
Yes, I'll just, on the skirt tails of Mike, I just want to thank Lindsay for all she does for the community and the businesses here in town. She's doing a great job.
Thank you.
Colby?
Same here, Lindsay. You're doing a great job, and your positivity is priceless. So it's definitely challenging times for everyone. And you've been doing great at helping our local businesses. And yeah, thanks for doing what you do.
Lindsay, thanks a lot. And real quickly, that Friday night we lit up the Christmas tree when you flipped the switch. I got some calls and people were like so excited about seeing Santa. So thank you. They were like the highlight of the week for their families. You know, that was a big hit. So thank you for supporting all of that and being part of that. I was especially impressed with your closing comments tonight about being respectful to one another and to cut each other a little slack. We're all under a lot of stress. There's a lot of hard things going on, and that's generally what I see, and that's what makes this community different than other communities I've lived in. So thank you for reminding us about that.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time and your encouragement. So you all have incredible staff and an incredible team. So thank you.
All right. Our next item is a request for approval to submit the fiscal year 21 certified local government grant application to support update of the Mccall Historic Preservation Plan. And I think Delta helps us on these, right? Yep, that's my first clue.
Mayor. Still here.
Thank you for
Mayor, Council, this is a request from the Historic Preservation Commission. They would like to update certain portions of their historic preservation plan, which was last updated in 2011. They'd like to, through a request for qualifications process, they'd like to hire a historic preservation professional to help them update their objectives and actions for the next 3 to 5 year period. So they want to seek a CLG grant, that stands for Certified Local Government Grant, through the State Historical Society to support half the cost of these professional services. The grant request would be $3,500, matched 1-to-1, with $3,500 out of the Historic Preservation Commission's fiscal year 21 budget allocation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council, any questions for Delta? I'll just let you go in any order.
None for Mike.
None for me.
I'm good, Delta. So let's make a motion to approve submittal of this grant. May I have a motion, please?
I move we approve submittal of local government grant application and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents. Colby.
Mike, second.
Thank you, Colby and Mike. Appreciate it. A motion has been made and seconded to approve submittal of a certified local government grant application and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
Councilmember Machezek,
Yes.
Councilmember Callan,
Yes.
Mayor Giles.
Yes. Motion carries. So that Delta, good work on that, and we'll keep our fingers crossed. You have a very high percentage of success, so we're counting on you. Thank you.
I'll keep my fingers crossed too. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All right. Our next item is a request to approve the engineering services term agreement renewal with Horrocks Engineers. You see if I see Nathan's picture on the screen. I do not. Go ahead. This is Mayor Bob.
This is Brian Foote with Horrocks Engineers. I'm here.
Brian, welcome.
Welcome, Mayor. It's great to be with you guys virtually. I wish I could be there in person, but this is as good as it gets right now, I guess.
As soon as I heard your voice, I go, yes, we have someone we know. But you're right. When you're in the room, you have a commanding presence, and it's and I wouldn't have asked who you were, so I apologize. But please lead us through this item.
Would you like me to, is Nathan on?
I do not hear Nathan, so.
Okay, well.
I see him signed on, he just is muted, so I don't know if he realizes that he's muted.
Nathan, if you're on, would you please join us and help Brian with this presentation?
Mayor, I could probably introduce it if Nathan's not available.
Let's do that, and then when I'm sure he will figure out how to join us, and then we can have him take over from there. But go ahead and get us started, Brian. Thank you.
Okay, I believe the agenda bill is the approval of our contract with the city of Mccall. We appreciate and value our partnership with the city of Mccall. I think our staff has worked very hard to improve your community, and we really value our partnership with the city of Mccall. Another thing that has been important to me is that we engage your local consulting community in our team, and we've worked hard to do that. We've got Crestline engineers local to Mccall fully engaged, as well as we use CSES engineering quite a bit, and then Skipton surveying. So we've worked hard to kind of use the local team members that are there. So I just appreciate you guys considering this, and it looks like Nathan's back on, so I may kick it back to Nathan, but we're excited to continue to serve you guys.
We appreciate everything you've helped us with, Brian. It's been, the last 5 years have been pretty active. The last 2 years have been over the top, so thank you. Nathan?
Been some amazing fun projects.
If you can hear me, Nathan, go ahead, and we just got started. Brian gave us some introductory remarks, so please lead us through this agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Bob. Nathan Stewart, Public Works Director. This agenda bill before you presents a 3-year contract extension for Horrocks Engineers. As Brian described, we've been very active over the past few years. Horrocks has been with us quite some time, and that brings with it a lot of institutional knowledge and a lot of understanding of what we've been working on. It also is important to point out that we have a lot of ongoing projects that we've been designing over this year that we plan to construct next year, and we have some multi-year projects that are in the works, particularly one of the downtown core projects, the phase 3 of downtown core, the Dinehard Lane project, and a Mission Street paving project a Spring Mountain Boulevard paving project that's scheduled to happen next year. So I think the city has developed a really quality working relationship with key staff with the Horrocks group, and we certainly utilize the local team as much as possible for cost savings, particularly with construction management services, which require on-site a lot of attention. We get to utilize some of the local professionals in this working relationship. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. I know Brian would too. The reason we chose the 3-year extension, because that would get us through the downtown core project. This contract certainly does not prohibit us from using other engineers. There's a quality-based selection process that you used when you want to do that, and so I look forward to executing such quality-based selection processes in the future when we fill the city engineer position. So with that, I'll take questions.
Great. Council, please speak up. I don't think I need to pull you on this, so Nathan is open for questions on this extension of 3 years with Horrocks.
Mike, no questions.
None for me.
I don't have any questions either.
Nathan and Brian, thumbs up. We'll keep working ahead. Thank you for putting together a good package, and Brian, thank you for joining us tonight. I will look for a motion to approve the proposed professional engineering services term agreement with Horrocks Engineers and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, go ahead, Cammie.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the proposed professional engineering services term agreement with Horrocks Engineers and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents.
Second, Mike.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Mike. A motion has been made and seconded to approve the proposed professional engineering services term agreement with Horrocks Engineers and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents. May I please have a roll call vote on that?
Councilmember Callan,
Yes.
Councilmember Machesik,
Yes.
Mayor Giles,
Yes.
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
The motion carries, and we will be renewing or extending. I'm not sure the right language, Nathan, but Brian, congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council. Look forward to seeing you in the future on some more projects.
And Nathan, you keep up the good work of having us surrounded by outstanding consultants and companies like Horrocks. We appreciate it.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. We're now into the discussion of the council meetings, and I think council got a little glimpse of this earlier in the evening. We were talking about not only our schedule for next year, but also the possibility of adding in I'll call it a third regular meeting instead of 2 a month, a third regular meeting. So Bessie Jo, will you lead us through this thoughtful discussion? It's really important. We don't want to get behind in our work. And we also want to publish a calendar that the public's aware of when we are meeting. So help us with that.
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Bessie Jo, your city clerk. So currently, the Mccall City Code states that regular council meetings are held on the 2nd and 4th Thursday of each month, and that you can revise those by resolution of the council. Each year at this time, we look out over the following year to look at holidays and other events that may interrupt a council meeting. So we thought it was a good time to really take a good look at the council's regular meeting schedule. And so I prepared a draft code amendment, which is in your packet, that shows an additional meeting a month. So also within that draft are some changes to clarify the process that we use to call a special meeting and to clarify the start times of the meetings. So again, to add a third meeting, we were looking at it to be the 1st, the 2nd, and the 4th Thursday of every month. We could try to push more of the land use type items to one meeting of those 3. But by just adding a third meeting, it will give the council more flexibility with your meetings, not to designate one meeting for one particular subject. So this will enable your meetings to be spread out and to be able to maintain a 3 or 3.5 hour meeting, and hopefully not have to go into 5 hours or longer for a meeting. So that is the proposal before you, and I will stand for any questions.
Great. Thank you for bringing this to us, because we've all been struggling. It's difficult for us to go more than, we're now coming up to 9 o'clock, and I think that's kind of the bewitching hour, sometime between 8:30 and 9, when we start to run out of steam and we're not making necessarily great decisions. And we also, I think our council, Bessie Jo, we're really committed. We don't want to hold up work. We want to make sure things are done timely. Decisions are made on land use applications, on ordinance changes, on laws and things that need to be taken care of right away. I think we've been really good about that. So maybe this will help us if we took an open mind on that. And I suppose if we start getting really efficient and by July we're all caught up and we decide we only need 2 meetings, there's a way to amend this, right?
Well, you could do another code amendment. So the council schedule is dictated by the ordinance. So it's adopted by ordinance, and so if you want to change it, we would have to do another ordinance to change. We visited this, or the council visited this idea some years ago. I would say probably 3 to 5 years ago, as the meetings were getting very long at that point. At that time, that council chose to have longer meetings, and that is also how the Friday work session came to be. But now, you know, as our city is growing and we have a lot of projects ahead of us and a lot of things to consider, it may be time to add now again an additional meeting. Staff would recommend that the council maintain their Friday work sessions once a month, but that would just be as a special meeting. So that gives you the flexibility that if it's not needed, then you don't have to have it. So that's something to consider.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about it. Mike, what's your thoughts? You've had enough time under your belt to see this evolution. What you think, this is headed in the right direction?
Well, I agree that we want to be timely and effective in our meetings and try to keep them within a certain time frame, i.e., generally speaking, like you mentioned, not be on 9 o'clock. I guess my tendency on this would be to suggest that we have a January 21st special meeting to get caught up and do so at other times in the year as needed, rather than change our schedule to have 3 meetings a month. I think that would be my tendency. Rather, makes a little more sense to me to utilize a special meeting to get caught up on these items, rather than adding a 3rd meeting every month. That's my thought. Open to discussion.
Oh, that's why that's why we got it on the agenda tonight. We want a very open discussion. I want to hear from everyone. Tammy, what's your thoughts?
I like the idea of having 3 meetings and having them a little bit shorter, but I also like Mike's suggestion of having, leaving it as the same and having a couple special meetings to catch up, when it's possible.
Colby, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think our technology venue is having a large part to do with our extended meetings. They're moving a lot slower in that way. So that's why I would kind of hesitate on adding the 3rd meeting, but it can also easily be changed in all the abundance of times we have at having a 3rd meeting and getting caught up on everything. I guess my question for Bessie Jo would be regarding the special meetings and why, what your opinion is on Mike's suggestion.
Well, I would be, I mean, I don't see a problem with that. Well, I guess the only problem I would see with that is that oftentimes if the whole council, all 5 of you, aren't planning on a meeting, it's a little bit more difficult to get all 5 of you in agreement on a date and time to have a special meeting. So my thought was that if we just added another meeting, then you would know that you had 3 meetings and then you could plan accordingly. I suppose on the idea of having a special meeting is that you could designate that first Thursday, just in theory, that you guys keep that relatively open in case you need a special meeting, kind of like you do for the Friday work sessions. So that could be something that you all could consider.
I also think that just by looking on how many agenda bills that the city's had this year, there's a lot of things that the city is going through, and that we, need that time to discuss and be able to have good information fresh in our minds. If you have the meetings a little bit more often, and they're shorter, that could really be beneficial for the community as well as us as council members.
Yes, historically we average about 250 agenda bills a year, and this year we're over 350. So while the technology does lengthen our meetings, we are, the council is also considering a lot more items than they have in previous years.
I think if you look at every metric, building permits, number of council agenda bill items, you know, the list goes on. It just feels like in my 7 years of being on council, every year we're getting more work to do as a city. And some of that work involves decision making by council. So I do think I'm willing to go with either the flexi way where we start out with special meetings, but my sense is that for at least until COVID is done and we get more efficient, and as Colby pointed out, we've got inefficiencies due to, you know, we're all trying to learn the technology and be as good as we can be and have meaningful dialogue in a virtual environment. And that's challenging. But I think we're stuck with that model for probably another 6 months. So I would encourage us to look at setting up the calendar for 3 meetings a month plus that Friday meeting. Can the rest of the group live with that? And you don't have to, but I'd really like to know what you're thinking. There's kind of 2 options out there.
Yeah, Bob, it's Mike. I mean, I think having 3 meetings on the work session per month is, I think that we should be thinking of this more on an as needed basis. When it looks like, for instance, in January, things are filling up. And I think, like Bessie Joe said, if everybody is kind of the mindset that we may have a special meeting on the first Thursday of each month, that way if we don't have a need for it, we don't have it. But if we do need to catch up, then I feel that that's a more efficient approach rather than adding another meeting.
Okay.
For efficiency, I mean, I think we also need to look at the efficiency of how we, you know, like Colby said, is a valid point. I think that, you know, we do have some delays and we do get caught up and we eat up a fair amount of time while we're waiting for people to get online and things like that. Overall, having the most efficient meetings and how we can streamline and do better there, I think it has more value, as well as having that flexibility and being prepared for an as needed meeting. But I mean, I'm not opposed to spending more time working on behalf of our community. I just don't want to commit to an extra meeting and an ordinance to do so every month, particularly if we don't need it, because we don't always need it. And sometimes we do have hour-and-a-half meetings, and sometimes we have times where it runs significantly late. I don't know. Colby, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I guess the idea of maybe designating that first Thursday would kind of take the guesswork out of trying to coordinate meetings and stuff like that. You know, that we assume if we need to do a special meeting, that there's that day. You know, and by the way, I think that all the staff is doing a great job of coordinating all of this technology and wrangling everyone. So the comment that you know the technology is slowing it down is it's not directed at staff's inability to make things happen. You guys are rocking it.
Yeah, it's just hard.
Yeah, it's hard to have the conversation, you know, after it's a completely different feel of an in-person meeting and a virtual meeting, to be able to move the conversation along quickly or be more deliberate as needed. And, you know, all the small lags in conversation add up over time. Yeah, I'm up for either way, really. I think it's a great suggestion for having a designated day if we were going to go the special meeting route. I'm also totally fine with adding another meeting per month if that's what we feel like is necessary. So sorry to not be too insightful on that one.
No,
Well,
that's
the other question would be whether, I guess the other question too would be, you know, I guess it would, if we were going to commit to doing 3 meetings a month plus the work session, I think there'd be some value in having Melanie being a party to that decision.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And just so you know, when I was approached on this question, I asked about salaries too, because, you know, for those of you that are you're time crunched, if this is the way we head into the future, let's say a year from now when the next election cycle comes up, I'd recommend that all of you that we review the salaries. And, you know, if we're having a meeting every week, for example, then we would want to reflect that in the salaries for when that election cycle goes through. So why don't we do this right now then to move along on this, Bessie Jo? How about we I think you said it was the first Thursday, is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
So why don't we let's set it up as an as needed basis, and I think we need one in January if we can, because we've already feeling like we're behind. Probably going to need one in February. But if you could help us when you put it out to the public, what it is we're deciding. But as Mike and Colby and Tammy recognize, it's nice to have some flexibility so that if all of a sudden in March we're caught up, we don't have to have a third meeting every month. If you can help us put that together. And I like the idea of having that be that first Thursday, because then a person like myself, and I'm sure the rest of you are busier than me, it's nice to have some certainty to hold that open until it's canceled, or hold it open until we decide we don't need it. Helps us with our calendaring, probably with the staff too, and all of you.
Okay, yeah, I think that's great. Also within that code amendment, on the second part, the 1.8.3, the special meetings and calling of the same, I put in a recommendation there that we add that special meetings of the council may be called at any time by a council member or by the city manager and confirmed by the council. That seems to be kind of the way that we have been doing it, and so it just codifies what we're doing in practice. So it just better reflects what the council is currently doing when they call us, when a special meeting is called. And then also, go ahead.
Yeah, that just formalizes it. I think that's important for our public, the people we represent, and also for us, so that we know what the correct procedure is. So thank you for putting that in informally.
Certainly. And then also for the time of the meeting, currently the code says that all regular council meetings shall begin at 5:30 for a work session, and then regular business at 6. And again, this does not reflect what the current practice is. So I would suggest that we just remove the for a work session and regular business at 6 p.m. and just have that all regular meetings shall begin at 5:30. That way then, if there's not a work session, or if we start with reports or whatever, you're not locked into doing a work session every meeting.
That's a good catch. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I think we're all in support of that. Council, you're good with those changes?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so at the next meeting, I'll bring back an ordinance and a calendar to reflect accommodation for the holidays, and then a flexible first Monday of the month special meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So is that outside of tomorrow, is our next meeting January 7th then?
Well, do you guys want to have a meeting on January 7th? I'm sure we could fill it up, or we could start the first Thursday in February.
Mike, I think we probably need to go ahead and slot that first Thursday in January, unless there's objection.
Any good with that?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay, so a special meeting on January 7th at 5:30.
Do we need to make a motion to do that, Bessie Jo, or is that good enough with the meeting, or do you want us to take a vote on that, or what do you think?
I don't think we need a vote. Bill, do you think we need a vote?
I think you just had, 1/2 plus 1 members of the council tell you they're going to have a meeting on January 7th. I think you got it done.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, well, thank you, council.
Thank you.
All right. Council, you're doing a good job of hanging in there. We've got 2 more items. City manager annual performance evaluation discussion about process and who's going to work on the different phases. And that would be us. We got to decide specifically who in the council. And then we have a real short item, the upcoming meeting schedule. So on the city manager annual performance evaluation, yay, Tracy, you're still awake. You're still here.
I'm still here. Thank you.
Welcome. Will you help us with this?
I absolutely will. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Tracy Malvich, the Human Resources Manager. As you do every year, an annual performance evaluation and a bit of a goal-setting exercise for the city manager annually. So tonight, my goal is to identify 1 council member who will volunteer to be the scribe, who will ultimately compile or combine all of the comments from the remaining council members into 1 document. And I'm certainly happy to help with that as well. So the process will be that all of the direct reports, so all of the department heads or anybody who answers to the city manager will fill out an anonymous evaluation of how they feel personally that her performance was throughout the year. Then the city manager will prepare a self-feedback, ultimately stating how she feels her performance was this year. And those documents will all come to me, and I will then forward those to you as a council. So once you have all of those documents, you would read through them, evaluate them, and then ultimately establish some goals going forward. And so again, you know, my goal for tonight is to find one council member who is willing to collect all of those and put them in sort of a format. It does not have to be on a specific form. It really just needs to be formatted in a way that's meaningful and can be shared with the city manager at a future meeting during executive session. I think this year is unusual in so many ways, given the pandemic. I think there probably are many city employees in general who may not have had the opportunity to meet their set goals during 2020, given the fact that for 9 months of it, we've kind of been back and forth with different work environments. And as a couple of you have pointed out, technology challenges. It's also a little bit different this year in that there's not a performance or a merit raise pool of money this year for employees. So I think it's important this year just in evaluating to be maybe a bit kind or maybe a bit sensitive to all the challenges that we've all faced throughout this year. And I think there probably are going to be a lot of us, myself included, who may have not met their performance goals or expectations this year. And you know, certainly I think the pandemic is a large impact on that. So I'm kind of looking forward to maybe a little bit of a reset on the pay for performance and the age-old process that we do every year, and I'm hoping for some more honest conversations, and hopefully getting an idea maybe of what employees want to do, and supervisors recognizing all the effort, which I know they do. I mean, I know everybody does, all the effort and the stress that everybody's been under this year, and I think we're just all looking forward to the future and to a pandemic-free environment. So with all that said, my rambling, ultimately, again, I'll state my goal was hoping that one of you will volunteer to scribe or compile all of the comments from your fellow council members.
So will you help us?
Yes.
If one of us raises our hands, will you be, you know, even if you're home, we can call you and you'll help us?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will definitely help you. It just is, I mean, we've done this in the past where I've collected all the feedback from council members, but then, you know, ultimately the evaluation is written in my words as opposed to your words. So I just personally think it's meaningful for you guys to kind of have it in your own words in a format that you all agree on. But I'm definitely here to help with anything you need help with.
So council, I will, if you would like me to, I will raise my hand and offer to do this because I have computer access now at the office here. But if one of you really wants a growth opportunity and would prefer to do that, I would be delighted with that too.
Bob, it's Mike. I'm not sure exactly how to read what you just said, but if you are volunteering out of default, I'm happy to do it, but I also think that you're a good candidate for it and certainly would support that. So I'm voting in favor of you, Bob, but if I wasn't hearing it clearly, I'm happy to work with Tracy on that as well.
Anyone else feeling a burning desire?
Maybe in 2021, I'll raise my hand.
Me too, Colby. Maybe next year. Oh.
Bob,
All right.
are you doing that?
No, I'm good with it. I just don't want to, you know, I mean, if one of you was sitting in your chair going, man, I'd really like to do this, please speak up and do it. But I'm fine with helping, and I think it'd be great. I always enjoy working with Tracy. I know that the council will. I know that you're really thoughtful people, and you could send me emails. So we'll Tracy and I can put a simple process together with some questions and say, please write your narrative and submit it to Bob, and then I can review all of that and work with Tracy on synthesizing that.
Sounds great. Thank you, Bob. Thanks, Tracy.
You're welcome.
You okay with that? Tammy, you okay with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay. All right.
That sounds great.
I'll be talking to you tomorrow when we get done with our morning meeting. Even if you're not on duty, I'll be calling you, Tracy.
That sounds
All
great.
right.
Thank you,
Thank
Council.
you. We're now on to calendar. Let's see, upcoming meeting schedule.
Oh, don't forget COVID.
I apologize. I'm so tired and I got my paperwork. Chief Williams, I apologize. I probably should have had you on earlier, but please talk to us about COVID-19 updates.
If I've hung in this long with everyone else, we're going to talk about COVID, right?
Yes, we are. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. As usual, I've got succinct notes here, so hopefully we'll be able to keep this short should you have questions. We remain in stage 2 per the governor's order as stage 2 regression has gone. The most exciting news that we have right now is the vaccine information. Many people want to know about the vaccine, when it's going to be here, how we're going to go about administering the vaccine, what's the time frame and things of that nature. The state has determine which individuals will receive it first, and it goes in stages. Of stages 1A are healthcare workers and long-term care facility workers. Those are going to be the two folks that are the two groups that are going to be first to receive the vaccine. Then after that, you move into essential personnel in stage 1B, being police, fire, jail staff, grocery store workers, convenience store workers, and those that have been previously identified as essential workers. From that time, it'll be about another 120 days for the vaccine rollout to take effect, according to the governor's office, meaning that once the vaccines started to be administered, about 120 days after that, it'll start being more effective than it is in the initial stages. We expect about 91,000 doses of the vaccine by the end of December once the Moderna vaccine, that's the co with the Pfizer vaccine, once it's approved this weekend. It's anticipated that the Moderna is going to be approved, and that way they can double the dose types that they have. We have 130,000 first phase people to vaccinate before it will be available in the next tiers, meaning they've identified 130,000 of group 1A. So once they get those and finish that tier, then they will move on to the next tier, the first responders, the convenience store workers, those people that are deemed to be essential. Small rural areas, like much of Idaho, will probably most likely get the Moderna vaccine because it can be shipped in smaller quantities and it doesn't have to travel in the ultra cold storage. That's one of the knocks on the Pfizer vaccine, is that it has to remain at a very low constant temperature, and it takes 2 doses and things along those lines. And so in the rural areas, getting the Pfizer to those areas, keeping it cold and doing that is quite difficult, and it's a logistical issue. So most likely smaller areas that are outliers will go with the Moderna vaccine. Walgreens and CVS will begin to administer the vaccine to long-term health facilities starting next week. So the Pfizer will be implemented in those long-term care facilities beginning next week. Our numbers have stabilized for hospitalizations, but we're just starting to see the effects from Thanksgiving. The CDH is still concerned about Christmas and New Year's gatherings. Now, speaking of CDH, as we all know, the health order did not pass this week. It took approximately 2 weeks or maybe 3 now that we've been talking about this. And the health order, as it was put forth, did not pass. It was a tie vote, 3-3. The Valley County representative did vote no on the health order and the health mandate coming from Central District Health. But what you have to understand is most of what was in that order is still enforceable under the stage 2 regressions as implemented by the governor. For example, both the CDH recommendation and the stage 2 regression, they limit gatherings to 10 people or less, both public and private. Both place restrictions on restaurants and bars, such as customers must remain seated, they must be 6 feet apart, and both place restrictions on visitation for long-term health facilities. CDH mandated in their order that remote work for employees whenever possible. Now that whenever possible makes it something that is not enforceable, meaning it's more of a recommendation, because when they use that type of language in it in a legal standpoint, it is not enforceable, because you can make whatever case you might want to make about it is not possible to work from home. Stage 2 doesn't use that language. They make a recommendation that if possible, work from home. So it's a differentiation, but it's the same effect. The mandatory mask use order is still in effect for Valley County. We still have that, we still use that, and we continue to be a leader in the forefront on that. So should we act as a city? The only avenues that are left in regards to that are not addressed in the stage 2 regression would be businesses. And do we as a city want to place restrictions on our businesses, our restaurants, our retail sales, and those things? Because those restrictions would limit restaurants to takeout and delivery only. Businesses would move to curbside and pickup only, restrict the number of persons within the businesses and capacity limitations. We couldn't restrict the school activities based on the law and our emergency powers ordinance. We have no jurisdiction over the schools. So those people that wanted to shut down school activities, ban athletics and events such as those, this couldn't affect that anyway. And so our recommendation is to continue to follow the lead of the Central District Health. And speaking with Central District Health today, they reiterated and emphasized that they have no expectation of the city of Mccall to take on the responsibility of implementing its own emergency powers ordinance to restrict business, to restrict movements, and do those things. That we have been a leader. They have been that we've been very supportive of what it is that they've tried to accomplish. They would like a resolution or a statement from City Council and from the City of Mccall that they continue to be supportive of CDH and what it is that they are trying to do. Gina Pinnell advised with Central District Health. She informed us that, the City of Mccall has been very proactive. Their businesses have been very proactive. There have been very few issues within Mccall, and Mccall is not the concern. There are other counties that are higher of concern that we are doing what needs to be done. So therefore, we would like to see that we continue to follow the advice of the experts. If they deemed it not necessary at this point in time to really push those orders, then I don't see that we should do that. We have put our faith in those that know this entire time frame for the last 10 months. We've been going through this. We've been very fortunate. We've been able to forecast. We've been able to do the right things, and we've had the public support. And so I think that if we deviated from the recommendations of Central District Health, that would be a mistake, and that we should continue on the path that we have at this point in time. And so we will not deviate from the path, is my recommendation, and we will continue our public outreach and the media campaign that Erin has spearheaded this entire event. She's got some information that's available for you. So Erin, if you would please join us and provide that information.
Before we shift to that, I got a quick question for Chief Williams. Would you be able to, you and Annette, help us with the language for a resolution?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And thanks for that report out.
We weren't anticipating, Mayor, that there would be a resolution tonight. We wanted to give you the update, let you know Central District Health's most recent conversation with us since their vote on Tuesday. And then now that we know we're having a special meeting January 7th, if that is of interest to the council to do a resolution in support of their health advisory and the mask mandate, and the tools that are already in place, we could definitely bring it back on 7 to do that.
That's what I was envisioning after being briefed by the two of you, is that I think council would want that, but let's hear from Aaron, and then I'll ask council that very question, whether they're interested in having a resolution put before them January 7th. Thank you very much, Justin. Appreciate the update on that. And it's nice to hear that we have been recognized as doing a good job in this area.
There is a wrap up to this as well that I have after Aaron's finished, so we'll need to come back. So take it away, Aaron, please.
I'll pass it back to you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Aaron Greaves, Communications Manager. Just some quick updates on our COVID communications. We've started doing a series of infographics and scheduled some PSAs after the order that did not pass with Central District Health, concentrating on the 3 main active orders in place, the stage 2 rebound out of Idaho, the mask order out of Central District Health, as well as the health advisory out of Central District Health. And with those PSAs, we're concentrating on things like indoor-outdoor requirements, staying in your household groups, gathering sizes, of course, masking. So all of those will be being pushed out here in the next week. I have a pretty aggressive schedule on the radio stations, also to attach ourselves to visitors when they come in through the holidays. We've also got, we've asked St. Luke's Mccall to partner, and they were kind enough to let us use their names in our ads as well, because we do really believe in the power of our local health system and our messaging. And then we continue to connect with our businesses. In particular, we're still passing out mask signs. We're still getting requests for them. We're still talking to managers and helping them through their issues that they have, as well as beginning to start passing out masks that our EOC team was able to procure. And so we'll be passing those out here shortly as well. And then lastly, I'm working with Mayor Giles on some video messaging that we will put through on social media. I think I'm freezing up because my internet is just, you know, real tired. So if I can answer any questions, I'm happy to.
It's very tired.
Very tired.
Yeah. Well, at least it's in a good spot. So.
Any questions? Or can they not hear me?
No, they can hear you. We can hear
We can hear you. No questions from me. It's Mike.
Okay.
All right. So for the last little wrap up of COVID, it's just a reminder for council, for administrative staff, for employees, for all those within the community that as leaders of the city and within this community, it's imperative that we follow our own recommendations. Across the nation, there's been pushback and resistance to shutdowns, and restrictions are becoming more common due to public sentiment that politicians don't follow their own rules. For example, the mayor of Austin, Texas, filmed a stay home for Thanksgiving message while celebrating his daughter's wedding with a large group of friends in Cabo San Lucas. The governor of California faced criticism for dining out with friends for a birthday party in San Francisco while urging business closures and no indoor dining. The Denver mayor pleaded with the public not to celebrate Thanksgiving with his friends or family and to remain home in a Twitter message, but he was apparently not following his own recommendation as the tweet was sent while he was in flight from Denver to Houston to go and visit his family. We've all endured some form of hardship during this year, and unfortunately there's more to come. We are the ones that implement process and protocols to protect the public at large, and we should lead by example. We must not deviate from our own recommendations. It's not acceptable for us to say, I made a mistake. The decisions we make as a governing body directly impact the livelihood of most people within our beloved town. It's imperative that we lead by example, that we accept this responsibility, that we walk the walk, and that we talk the talk. We have to be mindful that we are in the public and that we need to do what we say should be done, meaning hold meetings virtually, meaning don't have large groups of people visiting. If we say stay home for the holidays, we should stay home for the holidays and those things. It's just a public service reminder, because more and more, if you read the news and check out what's going on, the public is becoming very upset with the restrictions, because they are feeling that the restrictions only apply to them. So it's just a reminder to council. It's a reminder to myself. It's a reminder to my boss and all of those around us that as we push forth and we make these very difficult decisions, they impact their daily lives. We should also abide by them. So please just keep that in mind in what you're doing during the holidays, when you're out and about and you're visiting with people. COVID is here. We're seeing more issues. We've had the third COVID-related death this week within Valley County, and so it's not going away yet. We're addressing it. We're moving ahead, but please be diligent and follow your own words of advice and make sure that you do that in public. With that, if you have questions, I'll take them.
Questions or comments for Chief Williams?
Mike, none from me. Thank you, Justin.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
None from me. It'll just be sad when COVID goes away. We don't get to see you every meeting.
Coley, I don't get to see you. You stay hidden. Come on, join the party.
Very local.
Still
there
here. He is. There he is. Thank you, Colby.
Yeah,
missing that beard. I'm trying to grow mine out like yours, but I got rid of the top, so I'm trying to grow the rest of it out. Yeah, you got me beat for sure. You got me beat. Thanks, Colby. It's good to see you.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I don't have the best internet out here, so it's
understandable.
Videos helps with that or not.
Understandable. Anyone else?
I think we're good. Thank you for keeping us posted of every meeting and for the emails that you send us.
I'll be thankful for the time when I can go back to just being a cop.
Hey, Justin, this is Erin.
Yes.
Can you do me a favor? There's been a question texted to me, and I think maybe council might need the clarification as well. Okay. We know that the second death in Valley County was the wife of one of our employees. Can you clarify for them the third, please?
So that information is information that is HIPAA protected, but it is a full-time resident here in town. So I cannot provide names and information of that, but or the age. I'm not quite sure the age. It's not a younger person, and so but the rest of the information is HIPAA protected, and so it's not really something that I would be able to divulge if I even knew that particular information. So it wouldn't be appropriate. Does that answer it?
It does. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? No? Okay. Thank you, folks, for enduring it. We'll continue to press on and continue to do everything that we can within our power to get through this. So thank you for your support, continued support.
Thank you, Chief. All right, upcoming meeting schedule. Yeah, so we're meeting tomorrow. I know that.
Yes, we are, and I'll turn on my video. I'm trying to get it. Okay, hi everybody. Yeah, it's a nice long meeting tonight, but a lot of good decisions made and good direction for us as staff. So thank you very much for that. So tomorrow morning we have our special Friday work session, the last one of the year. We'll be meeting with our Public Works Director, Nathan, and representatives from Horrocks Engineering, as well as ITD, to talk about the Highway 55 and the corridor work related to the possible future exchange with Steinhardt Boydston. So you authorized a planning study cooperatively with ITD. That's been completed, so you'll get that report tomorrow. We also have you scheduled to have a conversation with the new Housing Advisory Committee that wants to touch base with you on direction you want to see them head. They're preparing their first work plan and strategic plan, so they just want to make sure that they're in alignment with what you're hoping for. So that should be a really good discussion as well. And I believe Michelle sent out today another copy of the housing strategy and a copy of the housing work plan or the housing program. And so we weren't sure if Councilor Callan had had a chance to read through those things before joining the council. So it's just a refresher for you all, and to make sure that you have that at your fingertips for tomorrow discussion. And then, as you already know, you set a special meeting for the 7th, and so we will be working on that and getting that update out to you on what will be on that agenda. Our meeting on the 14th contains several items that were continued from past meeting, and a lot of housekeeping items. One that I'm hoping will help with the scheduling issue and with the length of meetings and efficiency will be the purchasing policy, because you do get a lot of contracts come through your desk, come through your meetings, and some of them are pretty small, so there may be some ways that we can alleviate that or streamline that. On the 14th, it is noted that Jim Foudy would like to talk to you about the school district's upcoming bond election. I heard from him today that he'd like to reschedule that, so that will get freed up. I don't know if I need to go in detail on the 28th, but the big item on the 28th will be discussing the library bond again, because if there is an interest of the council for that to be on the May 2021 election cycle, we need to tee that up for you to get the documents in place to refer that to the ballot. So we'll be talking to you about that. And then at the end of the month, the last Friday of the Friday work session for January will be your council retreat. And so we're brainstorming ideas for how we can do an effective retreat in a virtual environment. Again, if there's certain topics that you're interested in doing a deeper dive, please let me know so we can have time to get that put together for you if you have a certain interest area. But primarily, I'll be looking for guidance from you around what your big goals you want to get achieved in 2021, so we can get that lined up with the staff. So is there anything anyone has a question about or would like to see in addition to all of the work that is already on your plate here?
Council, were you able to hear Annette's last comment? She was asking if you had any questions about what's laid out, and do you feel comfortable with short-term, the schedule that we have and the topics?
It's Mike. I'm comfortable with everything. I don't have anything to add. While we're having discussion though, just to bring others up to speed, I did want to add that between Dave Bingaman at the county level, along with Cinda Herrick, Michelle Grunewald, myself, and I believe Douglas Rowe is going to be a part of it, is we are continuing to work on one item that we agreed to at last year's council retreat, which is the lake management plan. So just to keep people up to speed, we are continuing to work on that, and we have the request for proposals went out. We received 4 proposals, and we are in the phase of scoring those and choosing which consultant we will be using for that. So just wanted to bring everybody up to speed, at least to know that that is all in the works, and we are continuing to work on that. That's it.
Thank you, Mike.
I do have one more thing to highlight for you that's not on the schedule that's in your packet that I've been working on today, and that is bringing Idaho Department of Land staff back before you sometime hopefully on the 28th of January, to talk to you about the proposed endowment land management plan for the Mccall area. The article in the paper, if you had a chance to read the paper today, noted that they're taking comments on that management plan through February 12th. And given your schedule, I'm trying to get them to come in and talk to you about that so that if the council does want to submit public comments on behalf of the city to the land board, we can prepare those and bring them back to you at your February 11th meeting to be approved, and then we can get them submitted in time. So that is something new that came up already on here.
And that this is Mike, and despite Lawrence Denny's comment about the local Mccall not really, our say not having value, I think our say is important. And so thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for bringing somebody in that's a very important one to our community. So thanks for doing that.
That's all I have.
All right. Council, go home, get some sleep. We're adjourned, and I will see your bright smiling faces on the computer screen tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
I'll try to be here tomorrow, by the way. I have no promises. I really don't want to miss that meeting, but I will do my best to be there.
Thank you, Colby.
Kind of that last minute issue come up this afternoon that I'll try to get fixed before 9. So thanks for herding cats, Annette. Have a good night.